Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue with a playthrough of Dark Souls 3. Now last time we played we managed to defeat Slave Knight Gale, which was not straightforward by no means, but defeated he was. All we have left to do in Dark Souls 3 now is defeat Midir the dragon, and I believe the final boss of the base game. Whose name I do not know, and I have only been given the name The Sock to describe them as by chat. Now you may be wondering why I'm by the bonfire and not where we left off last stream. That's because while I was waiting for the stream to start, somebody invaded and attacked me, and I briefly considered defending myself, but then I figured, why indulge them? Like, I didn't consent to this combat. I don't want them here. They just invaded and forced it upon me, so I let them kill me. They probably would have won anyway, to be fair, but I just let them kill me, and that's why I've ended up back here. That's why I'm no longer embered. Anyway. Hello, Mealy. Hope you're doing alright, Mealy. But that's where we are in terms of the game. Oh, I forgot I could do that. So yeah, just got Midir left to kill, as I say. Thing is, Midir is ridiculously strong, and I do not particularly fancy my chances at defeating Midir. Are they male or female, actually? I've just realised, I'm not sure. Anyway, I can't think of anything better to do other than just jump into the fight and start trying to learn the boss patterns. I've got a feeling... I'm not confident, even spending an entire stream fighting Midir, that I am going to be able to defeat Midir. But we'll see. What else was I going to say? Oh yeah, I've been a bit negligent. I should have run an ad break during the intro. But I didn't think to do so. I'm still not used to running ads. I'm used to just letting Twitch manage it itself, but I have been led to believe that's actually a bad idea. So, I don't know, maybe 15 minutes in we'll have an ad break or something. Hey Art Dad, lovely to see you. How are you? Sorry to bother you, Rob. I'm away and my internet's terrible. Please make sure you announce the streaming at Discord. Yes, I have done so, thank you. How are you, Art Dad? And how are you, Mealy? Oh dearie me. I'm trying to remember, we made sure we got plenty of bulk paper, didn't we? In preparation for this fight. Oh wow, I wasn't expecting 2 attacks in quick succession quite like that. But I think it's probably going to be in my interest just to... Oh dear. That did not go well. Just to fight Midir as is, for a few attempts, just to try and get a feel for what Midir can do again, because it's been... I didn't fight Midir at all last stream, so it's been 2 streams since I fought Midir. I do seem to have the right rings set up. I don't know, that damage seemed a little low. Oh, wasn't there some sort of... some sort of special condition with this fight. So the condition's not quite the right word. I can't think what would be. I think I was supposed to hit a particular part of Midir's body or something, possibly the head. I may be making that up. I feel like that was the thing. I will take all the advice I can get from Midir, because I don't think I stand much of a chance, really. I think it's a bit daft that I'm even trying. Wait, what? I had my shield up. That should have given me 90% protection against fire. We've tested that before. I don't know why I just died then. Eating the head is a good idea. Oh, hitting the head. Right, okay, I see. Yo folks, Jenny and Melee. I know I was doing a lot better than this when I was fighting Midir before. Like, I wasn't close to winning, not even remotely, but I wasn't like dying before I did any damage before. I'm other than just rust from not having, from just starting Dark Souls for the day. I'm not sure what else it could be. Yes, that does protect me. It doesn't protect me from the physical damage. So last time I probably got hit by the fire followed by a physical hit in quick succession and just didn't realise. Well, that hurt. I wish I could get a single hit in. There we go. But look how little of the health bar I've actually affected here. Oh dear. Like I say, I know I have a bunch of bulk paper, so I can up my damage further. But I just feel completely out of water at the moment. I feel like I just don't have... I just don't feel safe fighting this boss. I don't have any sense of... These are the openings and... This is when I should be attacking, this is when I shouldn't. Oh well, I'm sure we'll figure it out. Hello again, Midir. Ow. Perhaps I need to start trying to categorize the different types of attack Midir will do. I'm thinking about what the appropriate response would be. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I'll even start writing them down. So after each time I die, I'll try to record one attack that I know Midir can do. So phase 1, because there are probably multiple phases. Front slashes. Roll probably is the appropriate response, I would guess. Right. Let's try again. Oh, wrong way. That could have gone a lot worse. Using a spear now? That's new. It's a dragon slaying spear. Pikachu, it does lightning damage. How are you? It's lovely to see you as always. This is my Fighting Midir kit. Interesting. So that's forwards fire into stomp. And that's lateral fire. That's charge. So we have forwards fire into stomp. We have lateral fire. And we have charge. Right, the appropriate response to lateral fire is going to be block. Shield up. For the forwards fire into stomp, I'm actually not sure. On the face of it, you'd think shield up, but the stomp actually does loads of damage when it connects. So that doesn't quite work. Oh, hang on. Let's go on our first ad break. since we're at the 15 minutes mark. I guess I may as well not go into the boss fight, but move us into position ready. Sticking through these ads, ad breaks supports the stream, thank you. Stay tuned. Can you name the famous great-great-grandfather of San Francisco 49ers quarterback, Steve Young, who was a prominent leader in American religious history? Find out when the ads end in about 2 minutes. I mean, that is very Americo-centric, isn't it? I don't even know what the San Francisco 49ers are. Since it says quarterback, presumably they're an American football team? And I mean, I have very little knowledge of American religious history. I know about the Mormon movement and like the move to Salt Lake City. And that's about it. Like, I also know that there were various predominantly Christian groups about with quite radically different beliefs, and that they all had or many of them had a degree of success over there. I know that Jehovah's Witnesses are very prominent over there. But other than that, I don't know a lot about American religious history specifically. Steve Young's great-great-grandfather was none other than Mormon leader Brigham Young. Oh. A pivotal figure in the westward expansion of the United States in the early history of the Church of Jesus Christ of the Latter-day Saints. Okay, so I probably should have got that. I had forgotten the name of Brigham Young, but I suppose I could have worked... If I had remembered that... I don't have a very good memory for names. I suppose if I had remembered that, I probably could have pieced that together. And thank you for giving Mealy a shout-out, Pikachu. Mealy, a Belgian-Lebanese streamer, embarked on their YouTube journey in 2012, inspired by PewDiePie. They enjoy single-player games, particularly scary ones with jump scares. Despite their recent foray into Wu Chang Fallen Feathers, they seem quite adamant about avoiding Souls games. The stream's a delightful mix of gaming and lively chat interaction. Is that true, Mealy? Did you begin your content creation career, if I may use that vulgar term, in 2012 with YouTube? Right, rolling is the appropriate response to forwards fire with stomp, it would seem. Just front stomp is also a possibility. That's obviously going to be best response to of a roll. Spreading fire and laser. Okay. Forward stomp. Roll. Fire into stomp, roll. I still don't know what to do about charge. Probably roll. Like, what else am I gonna do? Spreading flame into laser. I don't know about that. Oh, 2015, but yeah. Was on and off a lot. That's interesting. Goodness. Almost 10 years. You must have a lot of memories. I'm starting to think that this shield maybe isn't the best strat. There's not a lot that's being thrown at me which I can't roll out of. I don't know. It's hard to say with regards to the fire itself, because sometimes the fire feels like it can't be avoided. And that's where being able to shield up and only taking 10% damage is a big deal. Oh, could we get a shout out for Art Dad as well? Art Dad's in chat, or at least was. Hello, Midir. Right, there's a bite attack into fire. Roll, then block, I suppose. And I guess with the fire into the laser beam, it's a reverse. I should block, then roll. Art Dad and the Misfits is a veteran and healthcare worker who enjoys gaming and art with his sons. He plays PS5 games, particularly Souls games like Dark Souls 2 and 3. Oh, he loves Dark Souls 2. That was sarcasm. He does not. He does not like Dark Souls 2. His recent stream was titled "Who Said I'm Lying" in the Lies of P category. He seems to have a good sense of humour and welcomes viewers to join him for a chill time. Did you ever fight Midir? Pikachu? No, I've not been to the DLC. I won't be able to offer any helpful advice then. Oh, that's a big deal if that's what I think it is. Ah! I made the wrong decision, I should have blocked. It looked to me like I don't have to be looking in the direction of the flame to block it. Oh, that's annoying. I'm not sure how I could have better handled that, that laser. Right, so that's fire strafing run. Block. I'll tell you what, if Midir only has one phase, they will still probably be the most difficult boss we've ever fought in this game. I do hope they only have one phase, even though I think it's unlikely. I haven't figured out what distance I'm best off with either. I mean, being underneath doesn't feel terribly safe, but nor does not being underneath. Oh, I didn't recognise which attack that was quickly enough. Why did that hurt me? I blocked it, and then I got hit for full damage after blocking. And I'm dead. So front, slashes, roll, front fire and a stomp, roll. I think block and roll is probably better there. Lateral fire, block, charge, roll, forward stomp, roll, spreading flame into laser, block then roll, bite into fire, roll then block, fire strafing, run block. Yeah, it feels like it just comes down to what type of damage I'm about to take. If it's fire, I should block. If it's physical, I should roll. But it can get difficult when two different types of damage are coming in quick succession. Yeah, it's possible to roll out of that. Again, I took damage after successfully blocking for some reason. I'm so outmatched, it's not even funny. See, if I was getting Midir down to half health, I'd be tempted to start using the bolt paper and, you know, and maybe embering up and hoping that that's going to make the difference. But I am so far off of defeating Midir that all would seem very pointless. I am actually half tempted to look up Midir advice online. Oops. Obviously I know about using lightning damage and all that, because I am. I think I will. Let's see what advice we see online. I could just do with like a general sense of like where do I want to be standing? Because the thing is, standing underneath Midir seems to lead to me getting just stepped on a lot or swiped with the tail, which isn't great. But if I stand away, then I become way more vulnerable to attacks like with the laser, which will one-shot me, I believe. There's also the problem that if I'm standing further away, often Midir seems more inclined to move away than if I'm under them. And that's a problem because when they move away, I actually have to run a really long way. Like, it's deceptive. Midir is so large and the arena is so large that there's almost a illusion of perspectives going on there. It's tempting to think that oh dear, that's on its side. Hang on, let me correct that. There we go. It's tempting to think that when Midir like jumps away, it's tempting to think that, oh, they're still right next to me. But actually, no, it takes me a sizable number of seconds to actually physically run back to Midir. And that's a problem. Because that's time when I'm not doing damage, and that's time when, Midir's between attacks timer is ticking down. But several times I've got back to Midir just as they then suddenly start another attack, which is no good. Dark Eater Midir presents a considerable challenge, Mr. Robert. That's not my surname. I'm not Mr. Robert. One must possess immense patience and skills to overcome such a formidable foe. Go in alone, no summons, aim for the head, fail over and over, summon someone, stand back and let them kill Midir, come back here and advise people that they should go in alone and aim for the head. Use Pestilent Mist, keeping in the cloud that eats away his health, smack his face, repeat. Oh my goodness, that is actually a fantastic idea I hadn't thought of. That is a really, really good idea. And I do have Pestilent Mist. Stay in front of my lord's face and swing at the big nose when it's safe, then move out of the way and repeat. Keep trying, skeleton. Sounds like you've identified your problems. It's easy to mess up the timing in some of the attacks, get caught by some attacks like a random close-up laser breath out of nowhere, so get better at those, you'll get him. If all else fails, spec into in and just use Pestilent Mist on him. Guess what we're respecking to do? Because ultimately I care about getting the job done, not the means by which it's done. Actually, do you know what? It's going to be easier for me to just have one more attempt, even though I'm going to fail, before I respec. Oh no, wait, because I can just teleport back. I forgot about that. To the bonfire, I mean. Where's the thingamabob? There it is. Oh, am I not allowed to use it when I'm on a ladder? That's interesting. I can sort of understand why. Is that just because they can't play the animation? Must be. Actually, do I even need to go back to the bonfire? Yes, I will, because I'll actually need to go... Okay, strictly speaking, not the bonfire. I'll need to go back to Firelink to sort out my Estus. Alright, we're about to do an about turn. We're going from a melee build to an int build, because that's the advantage that playing hybrid has given us, that we can actually do this. Right. Which rings do I really want? feel like none of those are actually all that useful anymore. I'm better off with Bellowing Dragon Crest. Oh, extends the length of spell effects. Yes, for Pestilent Mist. And, what's the other one I usually go with? The one that makes spell casting faster. Although I don't know if I actually need it in this case. Melee build. I heard that too. There it is. Those seem like more sensible rings. Out of curiosity, now that I've changed my weapon, can I get the gloves on as well? That's the last part of my armor, and I've not been wearing it because I would have gone over the fast roll. In Dark Souls, for those that don't know, if your encumbrance goes above a certain percentage, then your rolls slow down. And generally speaking, your roll slowing down is very, very, very bad. There it is. Sorry, I don't know why I didn't see it sooner. And yeah, if I'm not using the spear, I can manage that just fine. Yep, that's a fast roll. Let me swap up my Esters. Did you know that in America we pronounce it melee instead of melee? To be honest, I don't actually know how it's supposed to be pronounced in Britain. I will look that up. They don't have a recording on Wiktionary, and my IPA isn't so brilliant. Give me a second. I think that's melee, but I'm double checking. As bed and egg, melee. Really? Melee? Or melee? It should be melee. Melee. Melee is the proper pronunciation in British English, it would appear. A lot, Estes.
Pretty be careful. I don't want.
Right, what am I doing? I need to change... Oh, I did need to go back to a bonfire, above and beyond going to Firelink's Shrine, because I need to change which spells are attuned. Honestly, I feel like I only need Pestilent Mist. You're checking pronunciation now? Yeah, well how else would I know? If I don't check, how would I know? Okay. Let's give this another go. Ah, that's a point. I won't even need the gold pine resin following this strategy, but I will need the Ashenestus. I feel so dumb for not thinking of this. This is such an obviously good idea. I don't know. I'm not that bright. I'm sure Melee wouldn't object to being attributed to a particular build. It may depend upon the build. Hello there. Not a great start. Not a great start at all. Oh well. The Melee LG build. So what I'm thinking more precisely is that I probably need to get underneath Midir and then cast a spell. Hold on, I'll read chat in a moment. Oh, and again. Also, start paying attention to your strategy for beating this dragon, so whenever, if I ever get to it, you'll have to educate me. You may not be able to do it. I was going to do a melee build, and that's what I had been speccing for, and that's what I bought items to support at the end of last stream. But I did a bit of looking up online, and there's a bunch of people that say, just use Pestilent Mist. It's like, of course! Why wouldn't I just use Pestilent Mist? That's a brilliant idea. We'll have to see how much damage Pestilent Mist actually does. But that might make the difference between... If this works, it may make the difference between me being able to defeat Midir tonight and not. Anyway, I say you may not be able to do it because I'm playing a interdex hybrid build. So I'm just as happy using magic as I am using weapons. Why does that keep happening? I am asking the character politely to roll and they're not doing it. I say block, then when the fire hits I say roll. Is that a magic or an item? It's a magic. Let me find it for you. Highly dangerous sorcery employed by Dragon School spooks. What's a Dragon School spook? Only taught to trusted members. Releases dense mist that eats away at HP. Beware, the caster is not immune to its effect. A body caught in the silent mist cloud lies still, while the face twists in a tortured scream. The names of those learned sorcerers become feared for this gruesome spectacle. And it has a 30 int requirement. I don't mess with anything other than the big bonking weapons. I'm really disappointed I've literally not been able to get close to Midir since I've swapped to a magic build, and there's no good reason for that. I'm actually better defended now than I was before, because without the weight of the spear I've been able to put on the last piece of armor. I've got base level intelligence. And again! I think I'm just gonna have to not... I think I'm just gonna have to roll to the side instead of blocking or something. But I genuinely don't understand why I keep getting killed so quickly when I wasn't before. Because the only things that have changed shouldn't affect that. Oh, I'll tell you what it could be. I did take the ring of steel protection off. Maybe that's it. But I swear I was rolling out the way before. Like, maybe not 100% of the time, but, like, often. And for me to have died, what is it, 4 or 5 times in a row now? At first contact with the enemy. Now that's a funny thing to say. Very flattering, I'm sure. What is, sorry? Well, I've survived this far. Come here, Midir. Don't bite me. Ow. Why is that doing no damage? There we go. It's fairly effective. Not as effective as I'd like. I was commenting on my own comment. I see. Alright. So, let's swap out the lingering ring. Because I feel like that's not going to come into play very much for the steel protection, I guess. Wait, what was Tato saying the other day about not being able to get Havel's ring because I used up the soul that you get Havel's ring with? I've got Havel's ring +3. Why would I care about not having a base level Havel's ring if I've got a Havel's ring +3? Which presumably you would also be able to pick up, Pikachu. What am I looking for? Steel protection. +3. Come here, Midir. Sounds almost endearing. Midir to Midir. I know, I've noticed the same thing. But I didn't name the dragon. My dear. My dear, my dear. Hello again, my dear. Yes, just stand there and take the damage, please. Oh. I'll tell you what. But it seems to be moving back into the places where I've put the Pestilent Mist before. Maybe I am best off using the Lingering Dragon Crest ring. Oh, look at that damage. Okay, yeah, this is working. This is a viable strat. Dearest, my dear, to the sweetest dragon. Indeed. Okay, here's the experiment. Once I'm back in the game. Can I have 2 pestilent mists up at the same time? No. Right, then the Lingering Dragon quest ring isn't worth it. Can I cast this through a wall? No. The wall does stop it. Not that that matters much. Alright. Let's put our thinking caps on. What now is going to make the difference between my winning and losing? Because I definitely did the most damage I've ever done to Midir before that last attempt. Like, we are definitely onto something here. How do I turn this from a gimmick into a well-practiced strategy? Try bonking head with electric weapons. I'm sorry, but the mist is doing considerably more work than the electric weapons ever were. Did you see that? I got over 1,000 damage with one mist last time. I probably have too much Ashen Estus, actually. Now I think about it. Because it does... Pestilent Mist doesn't actually cost that much. Look at that damage. Look at that beautiful damage. I might go through my rings again and see what else I have that might help. Oh, look at that! We're actually down to a quarter health for the first time ever. I should have blocked. That's on me. Ow. That's not bad. That's more than a quarter health gone. I gotta head out. I'll pop back later. Good luck defeating the Darling Dragon. Thank you, Pikachu. I think we're onto something. I think this is eminently doable now, whereas previously it wasn't. Alright, let's like I say, let's start working out some of the fine details. I'm definitely going to reallocate my Estus again. I feel like I'm not going to need more than 3 Ashen Estus to do this. Like, I could be wrong, but it feels like that should be enough.
Pretty be careful.
What's the most...
See my work squandered.
What's the best staff we could have? Can I do better than the heretic staff? Spell buff is what we're interested in. And what are my staff options? Where are they? Here. Creature's right arm. So. Some of them may have additional effects, though. Potentially. Staff of Wisdom. I don't have the Staff of Wisdom, though. Is that something I can easily acquire? Does this even exist? It does not exist. Ah, that's from a different game. I should have specified Dark Souls 3. That's on me. Court Sorcerer's Staff. Especially with builds with lower intelligence, it provides good spell buff. For higher intelligence builds, the Sage's Crystal Staff is also highly regarded. Its strong scaling and spell damage potential. Sage's Crystal Staff. Okay, I could go with that. Let's look at them both more closely. Catch is used by the court sorcerers of the profane capital, very powerful and wielded by an exceptionally intelligent sorcerer. The court sorcerers lay claim to the legacy of the renowned Big Hat Logan, going so far as to emulate him with copies of the staff he used. Skill, Steady Chant, boosts the strength of sorcerers for a very short period, works while equipped in either hand. Or Crystal Staff. Crystal Catalyst preserved as a gift by the Crystal Sages to their favourite pupil, Crimhild. Crystal spheres devour the will of the user, and the staff increases the potency of sorcerers at the cost of increased FP consumption for skills. So does it just mean literally only skills will cost more FP? Because that's not a big cost. I've just noticed we need to go on an ad break. I'll carry on looking these things up, and I'll see you all soon. Sticking through these ad breaks supports the stream, thank you. Stay tuned. Meanwhile, let's catch up on chat. Chat's on fire with dragon slaying tips and endearing banter. Piggy's all about that big bonk life, while Mealy LG spreads the love and suggests electrifying strategies. The duo's got a sweet spot for Midir, turning fierce battles into affectionate encounters. As Piggy heads out, they're leaving behind good vibes and well wishes for El Magnifico. Next epic showdown. Oh, for El Magnifico's next epic showdown. Right. Oh, we back? Yep, I think we're back. There's actually some differences of opinion on the internet. It seems that due to the way apparently scaling works oddly in Dark Souls, apparently some staffs don't start scaling until you hit a minimum level of stat, and intelligence 33 is actually quite low. Because a lot of people would have like 60 intelligence by now because they weren't doing a hybrid build. And there are some references to the heretic staff being the best for low int. For low intelligence builds, the heretic staff is generally considered the best choice. It provides a strong spell buff for a low intelligence investment and is a good option up to around 40 intelligence. At higher levels, the sorcerer's staff becomes more effective, and above 50, Logan's catalyst, called sorcerer's staff, takes over. Okay, so we already have the best staff we could have. That's good to know. So it's rings that are the only other thing to consider. Raises maximum HP, gradually restores HP, increase HP. Well, I don't have to read these all out to you, do I? How's Midir going? Midir's going alright, just got Midir down to a quarter health. No, not a quarter health, sorry, that would be very impressive. 3/4 health, I meant to say. I took a quarter of Midir's health away, which is a big improvement over how far I'd got Midir before. We've swapped to a magic build. Right. Magic clutch ring would be a good idea. Put the magic clutch ring on. And possibly the ring that increases my int as well. Where is that one? Scholar's ring. So we're going with Scholar's Ring, Bellowing Dragon Crest Ring, Magic Clutch Ring, Sage Ring. It appears Mr. Robert is considering the Sage's Crystal Staff. This would certainly favour a more intellectual approach to the challenges ahead. Perhaps quite different from the bonking strategies discussed earlier. Indeed. How are you, Tato? Right, I think we're about as... I don't think we're going to do better than this. In fact, I am wondering if I do need to swap out one of my rings for the steel protection. You're doing alright, excellent. Hello, Midir. Ow. Please stand in the hurt. Ah! Ow. That could have gone better. I might actually change the name of the stream based on what Pikachu said. My dear, Midir. Well, back into it. Once again, back into the fray. Alright, could you just stand there, please? Without savaging me, preferably. That was good damage. It's a shame I died. It's just the avoiding damage part I'm struggling with now, isn't it? I'd be pretty much guaranteed a victory if I could just keep myself alive a little longer. Well, not a little longer, a lot longer. Is it time to swap from interface? I don't think that would work very well. Are there... I've forgotten. Does Dark Souls 3 have items that let me completely respec? If I could completely respec, then that would be viable. Otherwise, I don't think it would. If I could completely respec twice, it would actually be tempting to just go change myself into a complete int build. It'll have like 80 int or something ridiculous. But I won't. Hello, Midir. Faith builders buffs and lightning miracles that are far better against Midir. Also, you can respec 5 times a run at Rosaria. Ah, I don't think we ever restored Rosaria. Maybe we did. I've got a feeling I've still got Rosaria's soul. Good thing you reminded me, actually. I'd forgotten about that. Rosaria's the one that ends up getting assassinated, isn't she? And then we ended up killing the assassin and we got her soul back. Mother of Rebirth, I think. Rosaria in the Cathedral of the Deep. I think so. Wasn't that where she was? Oh my goodness, this is getting annoying. Yeah, I think an assassin, if I recall correctly, an assassin just took Rosaria out, and we ended up chasing them down. But I don't think I ever restored her soul. So I think she is technically still dead. Yeah, Soul of Rosaria, right there, Mother of Rebirth. The trouble was, it sounded like her followers weren't exactly doing entirely good things, and it wasn't clear that restoring her would be a good idea. Not that I didn't have sympathy. Let's give Rosaria back her soul. She'll let you respec 5 times. If I get really stuck, I might do that. Goodness. Oh, thank you for the resubscription, Omaha. Very kind of you. Faith is really good in DS3. Multiple infusions scale well. Thank you, Omaha. Good old Pestilent Mist cheese. Well, you say that, but this boss feels like they themselves are a cheese. They are so ridiculously strong. So I'll take whatever can work. How are you today, Omaha? But okay, respecking into a Faith build can be plan B. Hang in there, as we all are, I'm sure. Oh, I relate to that. I hope things get better soon. Hold on, I need to attend to my VTuber model in a second. The phone's claiming it's on low battery, but it should be plugged in, so I don't understand why that would be. In fact, I can see it's plugged in. This happened once before, and I unplugged it and plugged it back in, and it solved the problem. It's very strange. Why are you claiming you're not getting any charge? Because you should be. There, are you charging now? You don't claim to be. But I can see you should be getting charge. You're charging now. we'll have to see how that goes. Right, at least that should be my VTuber model sorted for now. If this thing wants to get back in position. There we go. Right, where were we? Right, back to Midir. If I were going to swap out one of my rings for the extra protection, which one would it be? One thing I've noticed is that the Pestilent Mist spell seems to be doing very rounded figures of damage, which suggests it's not actually scaling with my intelligence in the normal way. Because if you can imagine, if my intelligence went from, say, 32 to 33, you would not expect the multiplicative nature of scaling to lead to that ending up with nice figures. So I think if the Pestilent Mist is scaling at all, it's probably affecting the time between damage dealt. So it's probably increasing the DPS by making the hits come in faster rather than causing them to deal more damage. Which is all well and good. But it makes it hard for me to calculate, am I better off with the Magic Clutch ring, or am I better off with the Intelligence Boosting ring? Because those are probably the two I would consider swapping out. Oh! And what's doubly frustrating about that is I was rolling at the time when I got hit. I realise the invincibility frames for rolling aren't throughout the entire roll. Obviously, it's only for a little bit of the roll, but it's very frustrating because obviously I was rolling. I recognised that I was in danger and I was taking the appropriate action, which was to roll, but I still got hit. I wonder if the magic clutch ring is actually doing nothing here. Because the magic clutch ring I really think would be multiplying the arcane damage that I do. Not... I made the classic mistake there. Not causing the tick to hit more frequently. So it might actually be doing nothing here. Pestilent Mist. The damage dealt is a percentage of the enemy's max HP. The higher their max HP, the more damage it will deal, making it extremely effective against certain bosses such as Dark Eater Midir. Acts similar to Life Drain Patch from Dark Souls 2. It deals damage to enemies and the caster alike. Anyone the caster couldn't hurt naturally, fellow Covenant invaders, friendly phantoms, isn't affected, however. The spell doesn't deal poise damage and will not stagger an opponent. Very useful in killing mob enemies such as the Deacons of the Dark or the large crowd of jailers in the lower section of Irithel Dungeon when used in combination with a lure such as the Alluring Skull or Oral Decoy. The spell will not aggro most enemies, but they turn around and face the cloud with the exception of mimics. Its damage was increased by 150% in 1.08 patch. That makes it it is a very deadly spell, especially due to the spell having a long-lasting large hitbox, which pretty much guarantees death for opponents stuck in tight spaces. Hey tall boy, lovely to see you. Oh, and thank you, tall boy. I'm currently reading up on how Pestilent Mist spell works, because that's the strategy I'm using against Midir. What is 8%? Frosty, what is 8% of 30k? 8% of 30k is 2,400. The overall damage and duration are fixed. Damage boosting skills, items, rings, Crown of Dusk, Young Dragon Ring, Bellowing Dragon Cluster, and Clutch Rings, Steady Chant, etc. do not work. The damage also does not scale with your stats. Easily verified against any mimic. Oh, right, I need completely different rings then. Only one Pestilent Mist per player can exist at any given time. Any number of other phantoms may cast Pestilent Mist while removing the others. Note that while its picture does have the same corroded scroll appearance shared by dark spells, it still gains no scaling whatsoever, even when cast with the Izalith staff. It may be a dark spell in flavour, but it isn't in practice. Since friendly summons are immune to the caster's Pestilent Mist, someone can cast the spell and let someone else lure enemies into the mist for easy damage. Using this sorcery on the Dragonslayer armor will prevent its phase 2 and grant a unique death. For this to occur, you must not damage the boss with any other damage type. You must exclusively use the mist. This will negate the lasers and incoming projectiles. If used on the cursed rotted greatsword, you completely avoid him breaking the ground, entering the new arena and thus negating stage 2 entirely. Oh, sorry, cursed rotted great wood, I meant to say. You can break the sack on his hand and also on his leg, but not the main sack. Breaking the main front sacks are what triggers stage 2. With his large size, it's quite easy to keep him in the mist while circling around and dodging. It's possible to use a spell on High Lord Wolnir without waking him at all. Upon entering the boss fog, you must go to the right, and you want to be on his wrist with the 2 bracelets. This is his left hand, your right, and you can stay here indefinitely without waking Wolnir. From here, you can safely cast the spell until his health is drained. He will never wake, and will simply die once health reaches 0 while all bracelets remain. Aiming a little higher than normal will help prevent you from standing in your cast. If you do this correctly, you can stand there and cast every so often while otherwise not moving. Hitting Walner with any type of damage will wake him, so stay patient and don't use any attacks beside the mist. Important to note that mist damage itself doesn't cause enemies to aggro onto the player, meaning if cast is stealthily or on enemies such as mimics, praying knights in Lothric Castle, or certain other examples, such as a giant crystal lizard in the Cathedral of the Deep, the player will remain unharmed because the enemies won't attack them. Formerly called Pestilent Mercury, the sorcery was renamed Pestilent Mist in patch 1.15. I was too lazy to do it myself, I use a calculator even. Okay, we've gained some very useful insight there, so I don't need more int. I don't benefit from the Bellowing Dragon quest. Excuse me, the Bellowing Dragon crest ring. I don't benefit from the clutch rings. Sage ring I'll still benefit from. Raises maximum HP, why not? Actually, Estus ring's probably more important. Let's go through the rings once. Increases HP, stamina and maximum equip load. That is tempting. This won't break if I unequip it, will it? It doesn't say it will. I think we definitely want the steel ring. Increases magic damage absorption. That's tempting. For help with the laser. I'm probably better off with more health though, I can't help but think. That's a tiny amount of extra health, that's not worth it. What about the Ring of Favour? Similar. Just to verify. Yeah, it's not broken. Increasing the length of the spell might work. It just said that the damage wouldn't be increased. It didn't say I couldn't increase the length of it. I'm not sure if that's worthwhile though. I feel like I'm better off picking anything which would help me live longer. Blue Tearstone Ring? That's probably not going to work. Because it says that it'll increase damage absorption when HP is low. But I think if I was, say, on 100% health and I suddenly took 90% of my health in damage, I think the game would regard that as my health is high, so my damage absorption stays at its normal level. Even if, after the damage had been done, my health would be low enough that I would normally get additional... boost rolling invincibility at the cost of defense. That might be worth it. I'm tempted to give that a go. We'll give that a go. What was I thinking? Yes, so... I've actually forgotten what I was saying just a moment ago. Oh yeah, about my health being low. So I don't think that would help in this fight, because I would be... You know, I'm always going to want to keep my health as high as I can possibly get it. So it doesn't really... I would never benefit from the ring that gives me extra defense when my health is low. I normally summon for more fun gameplay, but I never summoned for Midir, as summons were a liability. In what way? Just because it increased the dragon's health? Or you didn't trust them not to die? How are you, Feed the Tall Boy, anyway? If you're in a position to reply, I understand if you're not. Sorry about that, I was taking a good long time to think about my strategy here. Ow, that hurt. And I'm dead. Didn't do too badly though, all things considered. Midir is already so tanky. They buffed him so hard, and they'd just die in 1 minute. Left me to fight Midir alone. I see. Yep, I can very well see that happening. Didn't you help 1010 Kati defeat Midir though? I seem to remember hearing that was a thing that you did. Hang on. Are there any staffs that cast faster? Because if I understand correctly, this spell does not scale with anything. If I've understood correctly. So if I had a staff that said... See, I've got this vague recollection, I may have made this up, I've got this vague recollection, I picked up a staff earlier that said, like, oh, it allows you to cast spells more quickly, but the damage will be reduced or something like that. Well, that would be fantastic in this case, because presumably the damage wouldn't be reduced. I'd just get the spell out quicker. Where are my staffs? Oh, they have their own section, don't they? Faster casting than ordinary catalysts. Let's give this a go. Wait, why can't I? Oh, because I wasn't in the right menu. So I'm thinking it won't even matter that this hasn't been leveled, because allegedly the spell doesn't scale. So if I can get the spell out more quickly, then I can get the spell out more quickly. Because that might make a big difference to my survivability. Where were we? My favourite summon was in DS1 Anorlando. Some random I summoned gave me a full tour of Anorlando. Oh, blimey. That was nice of them. Someone else from chat helped 1010. Oh, okay, my mistake. I thought you and someone else helped 1010. I obviously misunderstood. Taylor's insights regarding the Faith build and Rosaria's respec capabilities are most valuable. It certainly offers a compelling alternative for tackling Midir. I couldn't help as she played on PS5 while I am on PC. Ah, I see. Right, let's see if my damage has actually gone down. Because the prediction is it won't. Try not to die immediately. Ow. That hurt. That doesn't look reduced. No. So it does matter which way I'm blocking. That's been a bit inconsistent. Earlier on, we managed to block some fire even though it was hitting us from behind, but on this occasion it didn't work. Can't tell if the spell casting actually was any faster. I'd probably have to try them side by side. In fact, why don't we? Why wouldn't I? I can't think of a compelling reason not to. So, number 1, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. Number 2, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. It's about the same, actually. I can't tell oops. I don't know, it's about the same. I'd have to time them more precisely, I think, to tell. I mean, they both take about 2 seconds, and if one's like 1.6 and the other's 1.8, I would need a much more precise way of measuring time to tell the difference. No! I saw the laser too late. Good damage we're getting though. I wonder if the community of players are very different on console versus PC. Ow. Starting to wonder if I need to practice just staying alive. I'm not sure how I'd do that. But I'm definitely taking a lot more damage than I can afford to take. Right, we're going to have a quick ad break, and when we're back, we're going to try it again. Sticking through these ad breaks supports the stream. Thank you. Stay tuned. Can you recall the true first name of the fiery Southern belle, Scarlett O'Hara, from Gone with the Wind? Find out when the ad ends in about 2 minutes. I don't think I've ever seen Gone with the Wind. Right, where were we? 30 more seconds of ads. Here we go. Scarlett O'Hara's real first name was actually Katie, a detail that adds depth to the iconic character. Oh. I need to think much more carefully about what Midir is actually doing and respond appropriately. They were breathing fire, so I should have raised the shield. But I didn't. I rolled, and that cost me my life. Or the character's life. Do you know, I don't think we've got Midir's health below 50% yet. I don't think I've locked on all stream till now. Oh, taken out by the tail. Maybe the ring that's giving me extra roll invincibility at the expense of defense is not such a great idea. Will we be here for a few other streams? Hard to say. Hard to say. It's entirely possible. Oh, I saw that coming and I couldn't get out of the way in time. Sometimes Midir seems to take damage when it doesn't make much sense. No, 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 no. Oh dear. Oh, I've not seen that one before, I don't think. Oh my goodness, Midir. Stop it! Bad Midir. I'm already halfway through my Estus and I haven't even taken a quarter of Midir's health off. And I'm down. Hey Daddy Annie, lovely to see you. I'm surviving, thank you for asking. Today's not been a great mental health day, but I'm surviving. How are you doing? Thank you. Thank you. Yep, I'm trying to use Mist to defeat Midir. It seemed a lot more effective than the melee build I was trying earlier. Ow. You don't want to look directly at him when he's casting fire downwards. That's when he lasers. Oh! That's interesting. I didn't know he paid attention to my gaze. Or is it a she? I'll try that. I assumed it was two different fire attacks. Oh no, he just casts it after the fire. So you mean he's not paying attention to my gaze? Or she's not? You just get hit by the first laser if you stand in front. And I've been defeated. I said look directly at him, meaning like stand right in front of the face. Don't. Oh, it's frustrating. I'm doing so much better than I was earlier, and I'm still so far away from actually being able to finish this boss fight. Alright. Let's do some more searching. Midir, pestilent, mist, advice. Why does everyone think Pestilent Mist trivialises the Midir fight? So if you can beat Midir in SL1, hitting only his head with a vanilla broken sword at NG +7 while having the Calamity Ring equipped, doing the point down emote followed by a 360 before the riposte, playing on a DDR pad in a handstand underwater in space, you need to get good. Because if you can't, sorry. Yeah, not a lot of advice going around, it looks like. Try practicing and learning the boss moves, or you can watch a video of his moveset breakdown. Steel Sword Twin Blade should work well, especially with a lightning infusion. I was doing melee build earlier, and I wasn't doing half the damage I'm doing now. It takes a long time to cast, and yours don't really know when you can attack, so you take lots of hits. Sorry, not lightning infusion. The gold pine resin was sharp infusion. Lightning would be bad. You don't have faith. Oh wow, that's incredible range. This does seem to be doing a lot of damage though, but I feel like you're tunnel visioned on getting the miscast and aren't paying full attention to his moves. I'm doing what I can. I don't know, I'm just having lots of difficulty avoiding the hits. Daddyana, your detailed guidance on Midir's patterns and the missed timing is quite insightful. It truly helps to understand the fight. Excellent effort. Robert. Shush. Daddyana, a gentle reminder to remain humble, I presume. Very well. I shall endeavour to temper my expressions of admiration, though your astute observations are certainly proving most helpful to Mr. Robert's noble endeavour against Midir. One must always be mindful of one's audience, after all. I feel like you unlock Cam to get the mist in the right place, but unlocked against Midir is hard to dodge, as you know the moves really well. Oh, I just tend not to use lock on at all. I mean, I will, but much less than other players. That's not anything about trying to aim the cast. But yeah, I can lock on. I don't think it helped much. Locking on, I mean. sure you can precast mist and lure him into it when you're far away. I don't know. I don't know how I'd lure. That worked. I don't know why that did Midir damage. It didn't look like Midir was standing on the mist, but it did. Whoa. Covered that distance quickly. This is the most successful run yet, and I'm probably about to die. Definitely beneath half health now. Oh yeah, here we go. Something we've not seen before. What are you doing? Stop that. What was I supposed to do to avoid that exactly? Oh, are you exhausted? Oh, I can't capitalize on that, you're too far away. I can see chat speeding by, but I'm not in a good position to look right now. Souls? Ah! Oh, that is so broken. It just insta-hits you from across the map. I couldn't have dodged it. I don't think this is going to be the day. Well, not when I say this won't be the day, I mean this attempt. And I'm dead. Dodge like that. You can dodge it. Big boy getting cheesed. We went from I'm not even close to almost killing him already, so... Well, as long as I can repeat that. I feel like I can do with one less Ashen Estus. I'm pretty sure I only used 2 Ashen Estus that time. Not the 3 I currently have. And that extra health could have been the difference.
Just wasn't he?
Very easily could have.
Pretty be careful.
I don't see why not. You already have a good idea on what phase 2 does and the laser you need to dodge. I can't figure out how to dodge that laser. It just seems to hit me. Like insta hit me from across the room. And the precasting openings. Yeah, precasting was a bit hit and miss. Can I afford to equip my Uchigatana as a secondary weapon? I'm just thinking if I've miscalculated with the Ashen Estus, I will want to have a plan B. Apparently I can. Good. So we've got our plan B. Ember. That'd be a good idea. And why don't we Purging Stone while we're here? Not that there's any actual benefit to it, it's just cosmetic. But why not? Hey 13. It's a pleasure to meet you. I hope you're having a good day. How are you today? Be right back, gotta eat or I'll die. You better eat, Tato. See you soon. And if not, just panic rolling will at least give you a chance to dodge it. Oh. You can see his mouth glowing. You can, but like the mouth glows for a long time. Oh, I'm glad to hear it. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you. Right, wish me luck. I'm not expecting to do it this time, but we can but try. Thank you. I just realised what attack he was doing. was close. I dodged that by an inch. Purely by luck, not by skill. Ow. I don't like the amount of FP I'm wasting, but I don't know what the alternative is. I mean, this is the alternative. I get up close, which isn't a great alternative. And I'm dead. Go on, you'll finish this game today. We'll see, we'll see. I know I lost there because I abandoned the using the distance strategy, but the problem is I would have run out of FP if I hadn't. I don't know what I was doing last attempt, which meant I was having a much higher success rate with getting Midir to run into the mist. Maybe it was just bad RNG, I don't know. Preferring and getting one more ashen flask is better than trying to do close all the time, which will make you take way more damage. Yeah, you're probably right. Alright.
Just wasn't he?
Oh, we need to have an ad break.
Be careful. I don't want to see my work squandered.
See you in a moment. I'll just make my way over to, you know, ready to do the boss fight. Oh, sorry. Well, I'm glad he didn't hold that against me. Poor Andre. Sticking through these ads break supports the stream, thank you. Stay tuned. Attention, coming soon to a chat near you. In a world of relentless challenge, El Magnifico faces the mighty Midir. Chat's alive with strategy, Daddiani's tips on mist, and dodging dance through the air like spells cast in haste. Tato dashes for sustenance, while 13 drops in with a cheer. Will Panic Rolling save the day? Stay tuned as our hero inches closer to victory. Noob vs Dragon, cheese strats, epic dodges. Yeah, if you did that in Dark Souls 1, he would throw hands. I did that. Yeah, I always felt like Dark Souls 1 was a bit too unforgiving in that regard. I get that suddenly hitting someone out of the blue is obviously a very upsetting thing to do, but at the same time, when you're playing a video game and hitting someone just means pressing the wrong button, it is very easily done. Just waiting for ads to end and we'll give this another go. 15 more seconds. Wait, where's my shield gone? Okay, good thing I spotted that. That would have been unfortunate. Right, we're back. Let's give this another go. Come on, Midir. Ow. That really hurt. Not good. Already 4 Estus flasks in. I can't do it. I can't replicate my success a couple of times ago. I don't know what I'm doing differently, but I'm doing something differently. Goodbye. Just cast it when he's almost done with his attack. Do you mind? Put me down. Gently. And you can just lock on and run away or dodge away like that. You keep running and not even looking, so you don't know what he's doing. That's true. Oh goodness me, it's an Avon raid! How are you, Avon? It's lovely to see you, and how did your stream go? What were you streaming? And why is Frosty not giving you a shout out yet? Hold on, I'll give you a shout out manually if Frosty doesn't do it automatically. I don't think locking on and running away is as fast as turning around and running. Doing normally, thanks for asking. Today was a Kenner day. Oh, I see. No idea why Frosty is refusing to give you a shout out, Avon, but let me give you a shout out anyway. Avon the Raven, a gender-fluid streamer, enjoys both casual and challenging game runs with a fondness for Souls games. They welcome chatters and create an LGBTQIA friendly space. Currently they're on a first run of Kenner, Bridge of Spirits, having also played Witcher 3 and Amalur recently. Expect a variety of genres and no politics in their streams. As fast? Maybe not. It lets you know what Midir's doing. Yeah. But Midir can cross distances quickly enough that I think the difference does matter. I think the best strategy is probably going to be a combination of the two. What was I thinking? I was going to go back for some more embers. Suppose Frosty decided I deserved a frosty reception. Indeed. That must be it. Almost used up all my souls. I even resorted to using some boss souls last time. I remember that.
Ashen One, be sure to bring more souls.
I'll do my best. I'm worried about the fact there's a limited number of embers in this game. Oh wait, you can farm them, can't you? Even so, I'd rather not end up having to farm them. Hey Vilma, lovely to see you. How are you doing? Hope you're having a lovely evening or night. Today's not been a great mental health day, but otherwise I'm doing fine. Thank you for asking. You can farm embers in the catacombs. Yeah, I may end up having to do that before long. If I don't manage to get Midir down. Big Skelos drop them. Ah, thank you for specifying. But yeah, I'm surviving, Vilma. How are you? Wait, is it Vilma or Wilna? Even the Raven, that is indeed a most helpful observation regarding the farming of embers. It's quite pertinent to Mr. Robert, as Mr. Robert is currently considering their purchase. Thank you for sharing your knowledge. I'm doing superb, thank you. Really tired, but I'm okay. It's Vilma. Sorry that I wasn't sure, but I will endeavour to remember that. Sending virtual hugs as always. Thank you, Avon. So, Midir again. I nearly beat Midir earlier. Like, not that long ago, like 3 attempts ago, and I haven't managed to reproduce my success from then. Since then it's been going a lot worse. That could have gone better. Oh, I'm using the wrong type of Estus. Oh, that may have cost me the fight. Yeah, Danny, how are you doing? Wouldn't really call it a success if you still lost. I must have missed the context for that. Welcome back, Tato. Oh my goodness, I'm crumbling. Alright, will you stay still and take the damage? Here we go, stage 2. And my last Estus, because I wasted them all at the start accidentally. The mouth is glowing the whole time. And it's really glowing now. That's the problem with thinking you're going to dodge it. Because how do you know when it's coming in? Saying the mouth is glowing doesn't help. Because the dodge window is so fine. Where were we? You said you hadn't been able to replicate your success. I questioned how successful it truly was if you're still fighting him. Oh, because I nearly beat him. Like, I had him down to probably 1 mist's worth of damage left. I'm alright. He got him down to 10% of his HP after not even getting to phase 2 in 2 hours. Yeah. I could be wrong. I feel like it was less than 10% that was left. Not much less, but less. Shout out to Vilma. Also, welcome back, Pikachu. I hope your stream went well. Vilma is a casual gamer who enjoys a variety of titles, particularly RPGs and Soulsborne games. They often engage in blind playthroughs and strive for completion. Recently, they've been streaming Sekiro, Shadows Die Twice, where focused on enjoying the experience and interacting with chat. Their content is light-hearted and supportive of small streamers. Miss Pikachu, what a pleasure to see you this fine day. Yeah, it could have been, but I don't think it was 5%, so I just went with 10. It was around there. Ah! Ow. You'd think this arena would be a lot brighter if Midir had eaten all the dark in here. Ow. Here we go. The strafing run. Fortunately, Midir's kind of a bit rubbish at those. Uh-oh. Oh, we're about to hit stage 2 soon. Don't mind me. Ow. Surely you're about to go stage 2. Not that I'm complaining. By all means, don't go stage 2. There we go. This is where it gets very difficult because I struggle to avoid the laser beams. So I can see the mouth glowing. Now the mouth's really glowing. Roll. It didn't work. I'm glad I avoided that. Come get me, Midir. Do you mind? Got lucky that time. No! Oh, for goodness sake. I maintain that attack is broken. Nothing I could have done. And I'm dead. What have I missed in chat? Just stay full HP and you can tank the laser on phase 2 if you're so worried. But it's dodgeable. You can watch him, and as he positions his mouth down and starts lasering from the ground up, just dodge. Nice to see you, indeed. If not, just spam roll, and at least it's better than not doing anything, because I don't think you can outrun the phase 2 laser. Indeed, indeed. Indeed.com. I am a grown-up, so I won't do it 3 times. I'm a grown-up and will do it 3 times. Proud of you, Tato. Watching some financial news right now. Nothing looks good for next decade. Are you more financially savvy than the fish? The fish? Trying to be. Bad time to buy anything right now. Hey, Avon, did you get a shout? Yes. That was Tato replying. Quite so, Tato. It's perfectly understandable to seek a swift answer when one's mind is occupied with other pressing matters. One's aim is to be helpful after all. Fantastic. I don't have to do anything then. How close are... Right, we can have another attempt before there's any need to go on break. I know we're getting close to defeating Midir, but I am seriously worried I'm going to run out of Ember before we do. And that is going to be a problem. Because I'm not just running out of Ember on my person, I'm running out of Ember in the shop. I think there's 1 Ember left in the shop that I didn't buy. You can always farm Embers. I can, but then that means I have to take a break to farm them. I want to just keep fighting this boss over and over until I win. I don't want to have to take a farming break. No, wrong. Oh my goodness, I'm so frustrated. Stop drinking the wrong esters. I know that's my fault ultimately, but it's so easily done and so frustrating when it happens. Wow, this is an early stage 2. I should probably bring myself up to full health. I was only just below full health, but... Alright, run. Ow. Uh-oh. Ow. No! I used the wrong Estus again! Oh. Uh-oh. Early stage resource to threat with soul bosses. No, it was a good type of early stage too. I just brought the health down very quickly. Unexpectedly quickly. Why is... There we go. I was going to say, why is that doing no damage? I'll die here. One of those lasers will hit me and I can't dodge them. Oh wow, I just got lucky. Alright. Oh well. Not bad. Oh yeah, that's a good time. I get frustrated when they pivot their behaviours before the halfway mark. Still lurking, but you can do it. That said, I think second stages should not be as common as they are. It waters them down as a threat if they're always expected. I do think it is overused. Especially with stronger bosses where they really don't need them. Smite fight, you got this. This is it! Sorry. So close to. I was pretty sure it was over once I ran out of healing Estus. It wouldn't have been impossible for me to win from there, but there was enough health left. It was very unlikely that I would be able to finish Midir off without taking any damage. Nice run, good try. Thank you. Do we need to have another... Let's have our ad break now then. Because it would be coming in 2 minutes. We'll have a 2-minute ad break now and then I'll get back to it after that. Did you make any progress in Crab Souls, Pikachu? Probably should have asked that a while ago. Sticking through these ad breaks supports the channel. Thank you. Stay tuned. On which Golden State soil did Amelia Earhart's plane touch down after a pioneering solo flight across the Pacific? Find out when the ad ends in 2 minutes. On which Golden State soil? I have no idea. I mean, presumably that's an American state. I don't know. California? Wait, Pacific. It was over. Yeah, if it was over the Pacific, then that's possible. I mean, they're not going to be talking about the other end, are they? They're not going to be talking about China. I'm guessing California, but that is a guess. Oh, let's hope I can do this before I run out of embers. "15 seconds left on the ad. On the ads. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're back. Amelia Earhart made history when she landed in California, completing her first solo flight across the Pacific Ocean. So my guess was correct. Hello, Midir. Oh, thank you for giving Omaha a shout out. I'll have a read of that later, when it's more safe to do so. That's right, walk into the hurt. That's what we like to see. Oh, a strafing run. Do you mind tail whipping me, honestly? Like you're a Pokemon or something. Oh my goodness, stop that. Bad dragon. Must be nearing phase 2 by now. Yep, here we go. I am debating whether I want to grab the ring that increases the length of spell effects. I don't know if it would affect Pestilent Mist, because Pestilent Mist seems so different to other spells. You know, as we established earlier, none of the damage increasing spells affect, rings affect it, sorry, I meant to say. So I don't know if I can increase its duration. No, wrong Estus. Oh, I am so sick of that. And them down. Omaha, a most intriguing streamer, appears to be a veritable connoisseur of gaming across all platforms and genres. The recent foray into Elden Ring suggests a penchant for challenging gameplay, particularly with their Wretch No Shield fast roll only run. One wonders what other gaming delights await in their archive. Hi Omaha, how are you? I was half lucky, didn't see you come in. Pikachu, fantastic. I don't have to do anything then Pika dance. Let's give this another go. Finishing this game today. We'll see. What was the special ending I unlocked by grabbing the eyes of the Firekeeper? So if I'm not convinced I will finish it today, but if I did, that would be the ending I'd go for. None of us are going to let you go before then. Oh well. By the way, did you get Gale? Yep, Gale's defeated. Age of Dark ending. You did get Gale. Nice, sad I missed that. It wasn't a particularly spectacular victory, but a victory it was. another strafing run. And I'm dead. That did not go particularly well. Bro, a big gale with mostly frostbite and bad... Huh. Does not matter. There's also a Lord of Hollows ending and a typical Linking Fire ending. I see. I don't know if I have access to the Lord of Hollows ending. And I also feel like if I do, it wouldn't be as rare as the other ending I got access to. Like, I think I should go for the rarest ending. Alrighty. Let me think about this. Rings, that's what I was thinking, wasn't it? Is there any ring here I could really do without? Life ring, maybe. No, we'll stick with this for now. I'm just thinking about that ring that extends spell effects, because it could be useful in some circumstances with the Pestilent Mist, but I don't even know if it affects Pestilent Mist. Life ring is terrible. Okay. We'll swap it out then for the Lingering Dragon Crest. Lord of Hollows is the most finicky since it requires Anri dying at a specific time. Doesn't that give him like 50 HP? Do you know if I have access to the Lord of Hollows ending? Anri died when I reached Anorlundo. It finally hit me. It was going to happen sooner or later. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Oh, it doesn't make much difference as it happens. Oh, stop that. Stop that now. Does anyone know if Lingering Dragon Quest works with the Pestilence spell, Pestilent Mist? I'm not convinced it is doing anything. I'm pretty sure it isn't. Right, phase 2 in a moment, I should think. Although not yet for some reason. Oh, never mind. That hurt. What are you doing? I can't keep track of all this at once. Yes, walk into the hurt. Walk into the hurt. Yes. No. Yes! Yes! Midir is no more! Oh my goodness me. Soul of Dark Eater Midir and the Spears of the Church. I didn't even run out of embers. Oh my goodness. Let's just take a moment there, shall we? I should catch up with chat, shouldn't I? Where were we? Unless you cured the Dark Sigil, you do. Oh, I don't... Hang on, doesn't that give like 50 HP? I don't think you do. Unless you cured the Dark Sigil, you do. Sorry, I've missed the context of that. Age of Dark, better anyway. Oh, I do have access to it. Okay. Don't think he got that scene in Gwendolyn's chamber, did he? I think he did. I think it is doing something. Lingering makes it last longer, but the damage can't be altered. Oh, it does work then. Lingering does work to make Pestilent Mist longer, because that's what I wasn't sure about. And thank you for giving a shout out to Walltop, Pikachu. Walltop, a delightful MB streamer, invites you to join their usually chill streams. Usually chill? They embark on various adventures from rebuilding dungeons to defending the world from chaos and alien devastation. Oh my goodness. This is also sounding quite Team Rocket-esque, I must say. Recently, they've been on a journey through Egypt and enjoying the original Metroidvania, a true spicy potato indeed. What is all this about your adventures through Egypt? I'm genuinely interested. Hi, Pikachu. Pestilent Mist damage count directly altered to its percentage based rather than damage value. But the more of the enemy is in the mist, the faster the health drops for some reason. Well, what I was thinking was specifically, does the Lingering Dragon Quest ring actually work with Pestilent Mist? Have we verified that? You got this. Good game. Phase 3? Thankfully not. Woohoo! Less time than Gale? No. Technically, yes, it was. Because Gale I didn't finish till... Was it 5 hours in? And this is only 3 hours 30. Now do it again in New Game Plus. How about no? New Game Plus is for later. For replaying. Where I refused to fight Midir on my Platinum Realm was New Game Plus 2. The Egypt thing is a zone in Secret World Legends where my current run is. Oh, what Secret World Legends? How about New Game Plus 2 Lawrence? Also, how about no? Oh my goodness, I would not have done that without the Pestilent Mist. I think Midir would have been another Lawrence for me if it weren't for that. I did it! Destroy! Oh, what do I have to do now? I'm all discombobulated because I wasn't expecting to win when I did. I think I need to respec into my normal hybrid build. And then I need to go see... Oh, I should level. That would be a good idea. And I should visit the priestess who asked me to go kill the dragon. Old MMO where I like to joke it's the opposite of Assassin's Creed. Everything is true, nothing is permitted. Interesting. I've never played Assassin's Creed. Rings. I need to swap my rings around before we do anything else. Estus ring's good. Steel protections. Steel protection's fine. I guess I'll just put the Chloranthy ring +3 on. Yeah, that'll do for hybrid. I've forgotten whatever I had on before. I really have. It's been some time. But no, that looks decent. Oh, hang on. Change my shield. I only had the dragon shield on for this fight, which in the end I barely used. So that isn't the successful attempt. So possibly I would have been better off with my normal grass crest shield. But that's not what I went with. Where is it? It should be here somewhere. Did I just go past it? There it is. Am I over the limit? I am not over the limit for fast rolling. What else do I need to do? I've done my rings. I think that is basically all the respecking I need to do, don't I? Like, with my rings done, I'm currently in hybrid mode. Where were we? Go back to Firelink or the Painted World. Why would you suggest I do that before I speak to the priestess? Why the Painted World? Farewell, Midir. Oh, I've already spoken to the lady in the Painted World after we defeated Gale. Did he give the pigment? Yes, already done that. Basically, every conspiracy is true. There's 3 organisations vying for control, and you're one of their minions. I see. Yes, and Egypt is the second major quest line out of 5 to 6. Interesting. It is nice when you hear about these MMOs that are still going after many, many years. Because, you know, you'd think MMOs would be the sort of thing that would get shut down. And many of them do. They're not the Painted World. Is there a compelling reason I should go back to Firelink now, as opposed to back to the church? That's not the church I want, is it? Where do I want? Am I getting confused? Am I getting... No, I don't think I'm getting confused. Is that the church I want? I remember going up to that... I remember just before the swamp we encountered that church, didn't we? I mentioned Torrentry before, but that one's on its 10th anniversary. Oh, yeah. But yeah, it's been my MMO of choice for about 8 years. Ooh. Do you mind if I ask what's so compelling about it? Or, not necessarily compelling, although that would be interesting. But what sets it apart? Like, if it's been your favourite, presumably it's, you know, been your favourite for some reason. Right, I want to be further back than this, don't I? Ringed City Streets? Yeah, I think this is where I want to be. How are we looking on ad break front? We're doing fine. Right, this bit I can easily get killed on, can't I? As silly as it sounds. Wait, wasn't there another way over here? Sorry, it's been some time. I just recalled that there was a different pathway over to where I want to go. Which is probably safer. Story is fantastic, the community is good, and some of the quest lines make you think, ooh, that is interesting. Like, some of them make you have some knowledge of Morse code, others will make you have to pull up a web browser to look up random Bible passages. I do think I would be into that. I think there are plenty of people that wouldn't. Leave me be. I have no quarrel with you. I'm simply passing through. I don't think this has helped in the way I thought it would, to be perfectly honest. I'm being chased down, aren't I? Yep. Oh, leave me be! I don't care! I'm not here to fight you all. Please leave me alone. I genuinely don't care. I really don't like this area. I didn't level. I've got a lot of souls on me. That would have been a good reason to go back to Firelink first. If I'd thought of it. Right, I don't think the Ring Knight will follow me outside. I just have to hope there's none of the enemies. Oh, they are. Never mind. I'm going back to Firelink to level, then we'll try that again. There's one memorable questline that makes you find a base 64 encoder to find a series of coordinates. I solved that once and will forever swear to the guide after. Swear to the guide?
Welcome, host. Very well, then taken.
Right, let's level. More health, I assume we want. What else would we invest in? Oh, and I can't quite get another level. And I don't really have the souls to spend either.
Farewell, Ashen.
Because I used them all up earlier. Let's see. That's 50 per soul. Yeah, that wouldn't even get me over unless I used a boss soul. I just have to go back and be really, really careful. I just want to get to the door of that church to have a conversation. I do not want to have to kill all those enemies. I'll look up the answer. I solved it legit once. I don't need to again. Do you mean you used some sort of guide when you were playing? Oh, what was it called? Sorry, Secret Legends? Secret World Legends, that was it. Oh, and after this, we've only got the final boss left. Goodbye. Oh my goodness. Go away. Alright, if I rest up here, there's a decent probability that the enemies that I'm worried about will walk down the stairs, and this will cease to be a problem. Secret World Legends, yes, I solved the puzzle after a lot of how do I? And once I did it, I went, okay, next time, guide to prevent the headache. Oh, I see, I'm with you. Since every major mission is repeatable. It was splendid to witness the clip of your triumph over Midir, Robert, and Waltop's description of Secret World Legends sounds quite intriguing. Also observed your kind invitation to inquire about your autism. Should you ever wish to share, I would be most intrigued to learn more, as clarity and understanding are always of the utmost importance. Indeed they are, Frosty. What was I thinking? To see the clip of? I don't think anyone clipped that, did they? I thought it was a clip get posted. Oh, I'm just blind then. Sorry. I'll have a look in a second. Why are you there? Right, are you going to cause me problems or are you going to leave me alone? You are actually going to cause me problems. Are you the one I was fighting earlier or are you a different one? No. 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 No, 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 no. Yes. Let me have a quick look. Oh, yes. Pikachu clipped it. Thank you, Pikachu. It's funny how even after getting this far into the game, like, I don't have a solution to this problem. The situation I find myself in. I just don't. I may well lose half those souls I got from Midir. What am I supposed to do? Like, despite having just defeated Midir, what do I do? It's not like in Bloodborne where you have those very rare blue vials that you can use and then you are invisible or anything. Like, there's just a series of enemies between me and where I need to get to. They're still tough enough that they're hard for me to deal with. What? Murder cells are problems. I heard my name. Talking about your clip. Yes, sorry, I missed the fact that you clipped the victory. Thank you so much for doing that, though. Doesn't Orbak sell an invisibility spell? Does he? Huh. That would have been worth investigating. Yeah, that ring knight's gone. That must have been the ring knight from earlier that came down with me. I wonder why when the ring knight fell down from the top and then couldn't get back up, they decided to go into that corner in particular. Still, job's a good one. I can finally... wait, what? I can't interact now. Help? Why is this not working? I spoke to the person on the other side of this door and they told me to kill the dragon and then come back to them. I have just come back to them and I can't speak with them. Pretty sure you were supposed to meet him at Gale. Go back to Gale's arena. Oh, after all that. Well, I think I can level now.
Welcome home. Speak. Very well. Then take no. Farewell, Ashen One.
Right, Gale, you say. Also, wasn't it a her? Check or back. I forgot. Thank you for reminding me. I'll check all back after we've walked around this arena. I don't see anyone here. Trying to figure out which direction I came from. I think we that way presumably. I think we get teleported when we're fighting fighting Slave Knight Gale. Maybe not. Maybe not we get teleported. Maybe that's not the direction I came from. Maybe I came from that direction originally. Yeah, this is looking familiar. Any ideas? Oh, what's that? It doesn't look like a person. Is that a pillar? Huh. Don't know what that is. It looks like a clamp. I think it's some sort of can't think of the word. Not monument. Some sort of yeah, something of symbolic. A symbolic statue. There's a proper name for that, but I can't think of it. Like a standing stone. No, I don't see anyone here. Thoughts? I mean, I take it from the way that people were speaking that I am supposed to be talking to somebody. Like, that it's not that the person then just disappears for the rest of the game. There is something. I'd been to the church. Or did you mean the bonfire that's the church? Church of Filianor. Filianora. Seek church in arena. What does that mean? Seek church in arena? Ah, there's a church in Gale's Arena. Okay. I'll go back. Right, that's the way I came. Is there some sort of path I can follow? I mean, there's a path that led me back, which is why I think there might be a path that leads me on. Be right back. Okie doke. Up here? No. We need to go on an ad break in a second. I am really not seeing whatever I'm supposed to be seeing. Ah, is this the way? Maybe. It looks too steep. It is too steep. We'll go on ad break quickly. Be right back. Sticking through these ad breaks supports the stream, thank you. Stay tuned. Attention, coming soon to a chat near you. In a world of ancient quests and cryptic puzzles, El Magnifico faces the ultimate challenge, Dark Souls 3. Chat's a mix of MMO nostalgia with Wartop's Secret World Legends, with Secret World Legends brain teasers, and Avon the Raven's spell-checking spree. Meanwhile, spell-checking spree? Meanwhile, Pikachu's clip gets a mysterious nod. Mysterious nod? Will our hero find Orbak or get lost in Gale's Arena? Stay tuned. Oh, that's what they meant by spell checking spree. Go back to Orbak. It's still talking about oh yes. Yes, my autism. That was the previous thing that Frosty Tools said though. Ah, Pikachu, you have a keen eye. One does aim to capture the essence of the stream, and Mr. Robert's willingness to discuss his neurodivergence is rather central and admirable part of the welcoming atmosphere he cultivates. It's a topic he invites questions upon after all. Sorry, I've been lurking, so I'm behind the times. That's fine. Very notable that Frosty, that you were trying to cause Frosty Tools not to catch on to what you were talking about by using the emoji, the neurodivergent brain emoji I drew. But Frosty did actually figure that out. I wonder if it did pattern recognition against the same emoji that's on screen right now. Because that is the emoji that's also in chat. You're reading all of this slop? Well, I like to read it out. I think it's entertaining. Oh, our ad break's over. Our ad break's over. Let's carry on. So I've been told there's some sort of church around here, which I've clearly failed to find. Sometimes it says funny things. Yeah. I don't think there's anything wrong with having a entertaining bot in chat. Can be useful from time to time as well. The thing I find odd is, let us suppose that it does come down to I'm supposed to be able to find some sort of church. Why is it not better signposted? Like, if there is a location that I haven't been to yet, which lets me finish off this quest line, why is it not very obvious? Is this it, or is this where I was before? I mean, this looks like an important building, but it might just be the building I was in before. Hey, Karato. How are you? Yeah, this is the one I was in before, isn't it? I might look this up online. This is... This is getting a bit ridiculous. I'm gonna look this up online. After defeating Midir, where do you find the priestess? Follow the right wall from Philionora. This is Philionora, isn't it? So I'm standing in front of Philionora. That's the right wall. So go this way. The other day someone asked Frosty Tools to set a timer for their cake. Did it actually notify them after the time had passed? Doubt it. Yeah, it failed, then tried to gaslight us into saying it told us. Oh yeah, follow the right and you'll come to it. Yeah, Frosty Tools absolutely would not accept the... Ahahaha! Thank you! Frosty Tools would not accept the fact that they had not told us. They were absolutely adamant that they'd notified us, and they just hadn't. Could be a good spot for an ambush.
I've searched for thee, dark-stricken creature.
Hello!
I am Shira, daughter of the Duke.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
Descendant of gods and trusted friend to Midir.
Ow!
I am the honor of the gods, the glory of fire, and the fear of the dark. Thou shalt not go unpunished for thy treachery, thy profanity, and thy shameless yearning.
But I was sent to kill Midir. Midir had been corrupted. Probably sent by you. Although I must admit it's been long enough.
Remember this.
Oh.
Ne'er will I forgive thy crime.
I don't understand. Did you talk to her in the door after killing Midir? I forgot, but I think she's mad about you killing Philionora. Oh. I went back to speak to her in the door, but she wouldn't speak to me. Like, I made my way back to the door, and there was no opportunity to talk. She's aggro after you touched Egg. Yes, the Egg, not Philionora, right. But I couldn't not. Oh, right. So if I'd fought Midir before even touching the Egg, I could have got a different resolution, could I? Is that essentially what we're saying? She does have dialogue after killing Midir at the door, but after you come here, she no longer says it. Oh, that's a shame. I didn't know about that.
I've searched for thee, dark, stricken creature. I am Shira, daughter of the Duke, descendant of gods, and trusted friend to Midir. At once, I am the honor of the gods, the glory of fire, and the fear of the dark.
Wow.
For thy treachery,
That's a lot
thy
like
profanity, and thy shameless yell.
those squid creatures with the big hammers in Bloodborne. My goodness, stop healing.
Remember this, creature.
Beat me again.
Now will I forgive thy crime.
She heals a lot, it's a problem. She basically just thanks you for putting Midir down. Nothing missed, really. Is Midir dead? Also back. Yes, Tato, Midir has indeed been vanquished. Mr. Robert achieved a most impressive victory just recently. Which way am I going? This way. Frosty just bypasses your Twitch name and goes right for your proper name. You must be close friends indeed. I don't know why Frosty is doing that. Also, that's not my surname. I'm not Mr. Robert. I know I told Elmag, but I don't know if I told Pico or Tato. If you didn't know, Midir is the only AI learning boss in FromSoft games. It actually learns from your patterns and gets harder the more attempts you take. Well, that assumes you play consistently. If I recall correctly, there's something at her door after she and Midir are dead. Not even VTuber's name. Exactly. That's true. Frosty could refer to me as Mr. Philby, and that would be correct because that's my VTuber's name. Well, he can't learn if I kill him first attempt. Does that work between playthroughs? Also, what sort of learning algorithm did they use? I mean, it could be a very simple one, like the
I am Shira,
counting how often they do damage with each of the attacks and then just increasing the probability of doing the attacks that do damage. That would be a learning algorithm.
the glory of fire and the fear of the dark.
But it could also be something much more complicated.
For thy treachery, thy profanity, and thy shameless yearning.
What do you mean, shameless yearning? You sent me on a quest. I completed the quest as requested. Then I met you here. I didn't even ask for anything in return. I'm not due any sort of reward. After I did the job you sent me on. And you accuse me of yearning after something. Now, I agree, there was damage to that Fabergé egg, but that wasn't deliberate. Oh my goodness.
Now will I forgive.
I need a faster weapon. The Uchigatana's not quick enough. She's getting attacks in faster than I can get them in, which is no good. Where's those sellsword wind blades? There they are. This will be a bit quicker. I'm not sure if it carries between playthroughs, and I'm not sure what the AI learning method is. Just that it's the only boss that uses it. It is very erratic, so it could just be hearsay, yeah. I think that's quite likely. Fun fact, I originally bought Devil May Cry 3 a long time ago for PlayStation 2 because I had heard that the enemies learned as you played, and I was really intrigued by that idea as a young lad. The idea of having computer-controlled enemies that could learn. As far as I can tell, it's complete rubbish. It was just marketing hype. All it is that later on in the game, they have the enemies statically spawn. That is, I mean, without any learning. Like, just, they are programmed to spawn directly behind you, whereas late in the beginning of the game, they aren't. Like, that's... Because in Devil May Cry, they can... Some of the enemies, like, teleport in. That's it. It's all, as far as I can tell, it's all pre-scripted. There's no learning.
Daughter of the Duke, descendant of gods, and trusted friend to Midir.
Which Duke?
At once, I am the honor of the gods, the glory of fire, and the fear of fire. Thou shalt not go unpunished. For thy
Punished
treachery,
for what?
thy
There was a single accident.
shameless valor.
And otherwise, I've done nothing but what I've been told. I mean, there may be some proportionate reparations required here for the damage to the property, but that's a civil matter. Taking my life seems completely excessive. Stop healing! Oh my goodness, stop it. Did she just fail to heal? It looked like she actually played the animation of like trying to pick up Esther's flask and it being empty, but it wasn't the player animation, I don't think. It seemed to be a unique one. Yes! To be honest, I don't actually take any satisfaction in your death. It is simply that you gave me no choice and you're a difficult opponent. Crucifix of the Mad King. Tell me more. Oh, I probably should have checked the items I got from Midir, shouldn't I? I know I had Midir's soul. Does anyone know what the other item was that I got from Midir? Right, Crucifix of the Dark... What was it? Crucifix of the something or other? There it is. Crucifix of the Mad King. A crossed spear hung with a malformed corpse. Once a mad king was born to the pygmy royalty, and Shira, knight of Filianor, put him to rest. But Shira's crossed spear, unable to kill the undying king, only pinned itself to him. Shira delivered them together to a dark room, where she stayed and held them close. Skill, Mad King's Folly. Slam malformed corpse into the ground to briefly awaken it, then fillet with strong attack to trigger a roar, a blessing, or vexation. That's an interesting one. I know we talked about Seath being a father before. Or call me Seath. Hang on, what's this? I've missed a load. I don't think VTuber's name is mentioned anywhere in stream. Oh. That's possible. Channel description says, "Hi, I'm Robert. She's bad at ranged combat. She has her arrows, but that's it. Use Spear of the Church Covenant for now. The enemies cannot learn what I myself do not know. Random smashing of buttons intensifies." Spear of the Church Covenant, you say? Shira is canonically the daughter of Guinevere and Seath. Oh. I don't know why, but this typo is giving me giggles. I don't thonk VTuber's name is used anywhere. A single accident that brought about the demise of the entire world. Is that true? Did her birth bring about the demise of the world? I'm not sure it did. Well, call me Seath. I know we talked about Seath being a father before. I do thonk usually, just not now. If I'm not mistaken, I believe Priscilla is as well. Oh, Priscilla was never confirmed, I don't think. Priscilla is a crossbreed of a dragon, most likely Seath, and an unknown woman or goddess. Might ask why your first thought was to change weapon rather than use spells. She is less dangerous at range. I just swapped back to my hybrid build, my full hybrid build, after the Midir boss fight, and I suppose I just defaulted to melee. I don't think it was ever confirmed, just speculation, which a lot of lore is. It could be wrong, but yeah, gotcha. Guinevere is the one I'm not sure on there. Alright, I gotta look, but have a good stream. Thank you, Karato. And thank you for stopping by. I do appreciate it. Discussions about Shira, Seath and Priscilla's connections are most insightful. It's splendid to see such knowledgeable community sharing these intricate lore details. Have an excellent day, Karato. No, your accident, touching the egg, is what brought about the demise of this entire world. I thought touching the egg flung me into the future when the world had already died. I didn't think I could cause the end of the world, had I? We are strongest when we cheer each other on. Working and lurking this Wednesday, but my heart's here in the front row of your chat, wishing you a stream full of kindness, fun, and uplifting vibes. So much love to you and your beautiful chatters. Thank you, Mama Bear. Another one of your absolutely lovely messages. I do appreciate it. Shout out to Mama Bear. Thank you for that, Pikachu. Mama Bear is a 54-year-old variety streamer who fosters familial atmosphere among followers. The streams prioritize LGBTQIA+ inclusivity, mental health awareness, and neurodivergent support. Monthly self-care streams are held, and audience participation is encouraged. Recent contents include a medieval dynasty stream with fellow creators. I forgot to shout out Karato. Oh, thank you, Pikachu. Karato, a Canadian VTuber, enjoys single-player games and welcomes backseat gaming. They're currently playing Symphonia. I would be intrigued to know what that is, but I think they've gone with a recent focus on music and platforming. They also seem to have a penchant for Pokemon community games. Their streams are blind playthroughs with no spoilers, making for an exciting and fresh experience. Shira was delusional. The Pygmy Lord at the beginning of the Ring City proper will tell you that Filianor is upholding an illusion. Whether that illusion is literal or a state of frozen time is left to the player, but Shira hates you for breaking it. I don't remember speaking to that Pygmy Lord. Right, so are you suggesting that we didn't destroy the egg, we just broke an illusion? What now? Oh, back to the... I was told to go back to the church, wasn't I? Well, the guy's dead now. Which guy? No, you did destroy the egg and woke Philionora up. Okay. Put on Church Covenant. Oh, yeah, you did say. Thank you for reminding me. I'll put that on as soon as I'm at the top of this ladder. The Pygmy Lord, all of them are dead. Gale ate them. Oh, I remember that, but I don't remember him telling me that anything was an illusion. Maybe he did. Covenant, Covenant, Covenant. Where the blue... Spear of the Church. Showing the Spear of the Church Covenant. This had better not be trolling me, Tato. I sincerely hope I don't get forced into something that I'd rather not be. Oh my goodness. Well, that was embarrassing. He was before the first Ring City bonfire next to the wall. I think you walked right past him. Oh dear. Is he gone now? Yeah, he's gone. Oh dear. Because of course there is the whole time travel thing, isn't there? I fought Gale in the future. So it wouldn't be implausible for me to speak to a Pygmy Lord at this point in the... at this point in time. Right, I need to try and make my way back to the church. Right, is it safe to go up there? No, I don't want to be summoned to another world. Oh, this is your doing, isn't it, Tato? You're the boss now. The Pygmy Lords are beings of purest dark, which is associated with space by nature of being the opposite of light, time. Killing a Pygmy Lord for good likely means erasing them from all points in time. That sounds very sketchy. Good, they're leaving me alone. Oh, I see. So they put the spear of the Church Covenant behind Midir to try and make sure that the only players that could become the boss in that boss fight were players that could defeat Midir, which is the strongest enemy in the game. So it's like it's trying to filter out less good players. Although it obviously wouldn't work 100% because they could just summon in a really, really good player to assist them, for example. Shearer's crown, Shearer's armor, Shearer's gloves, Shearer's trousers. Why were they all on just like a corpse that's in a praying stance? That's a bit weird. Oh well, I think we're more or less done, aren't we? I'll purchase the embers. Oh, there were 4 embers left. Not 1.
Ashen One.
Yes?
Be sure to bring more souls.
This might actually be the last time. There's a good chance it's the last time. Orbeck. I was asked to check with Orbeck. Oh, and I should probably change my weapon around again. Back to the Uchi Katana. I don't think Avon wants to see me beat the final boss, whoever they may be, with the Sellsword twin blades.
Back again, I see. Perfect timing, too. I'm in need of a diversion.
Only way I can think of time travel being a possibility for what happened with Philionora, otherwise it wouldn't make sense for the pygmy to disappear. Sock time! Do it! So is there invisibility? Is that actually a thing? I see no invisibility. No invisibility, I don't think. Oh, turn body nearly invisible. Oh, there is. There we go. Not sure I'll be using it, but it's at least an option now. Attune spells. Goodness me, we've come a long way to get here, haven't we? I'd rather use Uchi than Sellsword. I'd rather use whatever you think is best. Well, I won't know what's best until I've I won't know what's best, not even when the boss is before me, but not until I've fought them a few times and got a sense of what they can do. At the end of the day, it's his choice. Best is always Bonk. There's Lothric and Lorian's cinders. Did I take his whole head? That's interesting. Don't think we've done that before. Oh, my baby. You took all their heads. Did I? Didn't take your head. Is that supposed to be their head? Oh, it's the skull. One of them clearly deserved it. Ah! Ow. Heads? Oh, yes. I guess I did. Yeah, Aldrich was the most evil guy in Souls. Oh, something's happening. I wasn't expecting this. I was actually just trying to get my health back.
Noble lords of Cinder, the fire fades. And the lords go without thrones.
This is what happens if you try to shirk your
Surrender
duties,
your
it would seem.
fires
What happened to the one that was still alive?
to the true heir.
And that's whether you think Gwendolyn needed to die or not. Gwendolyn just needed a therapist and a friend. I'm sure he'd understand the situation. He returned himself to Conda. I don't know who Conda is. Patches would make a good friend to Gwendolyn. Wow. I like the lighting here. More likely he'd kill the therapist for blasphemy. Yeah, Cinder.
Let her grant death
Who? I don't like the sound of this.
to the old gods of Lordran, deliverers of
Oh,
the
me.
first flame.
That's not so bad. Hey Rockstrat, lovely to see you. Kiln of the First Flame. Wait, from the first game? Is that where I've been taken? It's the sock like... The sock is a weird name for a boss. Is that going to be like the skin of... Gwyn or something? My boy was too deep in the religion. Sock. Wait, is this where I was just a moment ago, but in a different time? I think it is. Okay. Okay, that's unusual. Not allowed up that way. Where can I go? I mean, this is looking even more dilapidated than it was before. And I note the lack of the Firekeeper. Makes me feel like this is in the even more distant future. Somehow. Sock is always a boss. Must have found its equal or suffer. Try Torch. Well, this is different. Okay. Praise the sun! Ah, it's a bright spot. Proceed to the first flame. So what was the point of this area if it only lets me teleport to the next? Is there any reason to try a torch, Tato? Time for jumping. I don't think so. I could light up a torch, I'm just not sure what the point would be. You're looking around in the dark. I mean, I could see well enough to navigate. I can't get up there anymore. It looks like the head's gone. Interesting. Yeah, the heads are gone. Alright, proceed to the first flame, I guess. Thank you, Pikachu. Praise the sun. You can use the dreg heap from here, I think. Oh, you can see the dreg heap from here. Oh. Over there. You do appear to be right. So, this is presumably part of the dreg heap at the end of the world. So Firekeep just ended up over here, along with everything else. Here we go then. I'll tell you what, we've actually got ads coming up. Kiln of the First Flame. This looks like more of the same Dreg Heap. Funny how Midir ended up at the Dreg Heap at the end of the world. Like, he lived so incredibly long that he ended up getting dragged there. Travel to the Dreg Heap. Light bonfire. I will light the bonfire. Tell you what, let's have the ads now so that we don't have to worry about it for the boss fight. Since it's only 2 minutes 30 till the ads would have started anyway. Sticking through these ad breaks supports the channel, thank you, stay tuned. The autobiography of a famed burlesque dancer, Gypsy Rose Lee, inspired which iconic Broadway musical? Find out when the ads end in about 2 minutes. I have absolutely no idea, but if I had to make a wild guess, I would say Moulin Rouge. On the grounds that Moulin Rouge is the only musical I'm aware of which is... I'm not sure what the word would be. Burlesque themed seems wrong. Which deals with topics of the burlesque. These look a lot like... Am I going mad? I swear these look a lot like the actual parts of the first kiln from the first game. Which would make sense. Maybe I'm misremembering. Burlesque-esque. Exactly, Tato. Exactly. Is it burlesque? Am I mistaken? You might be right. You might be right, Pikachu. Maybe Moulin Rouge isn't burlesque. I've never seen it, but I thought it was. Is it, Chicago? Is it Victor Victoria? I like Victor Victoria. I've never seen any of them. Alright, we're nearly back from the ads. Here we go. The musical Gypsy is based on the memoirs of burlesque legend Gypsy Rose Lee. Right, I was well off then. That makes sense though. Oh. Welcome back, everyone. Sock. Praise the sock. Chaos. Try lightning. Be wary of tough foe. Try lightning, you say? I do actually have access to a truly frightening abundance of the gold pine resin, which I had prepared for the Midir fight, but then never used because I went with magic in the end. Seems familiar. It's Gwyn, isn't it? It's some sort of incredibly, like, shrunken form of Gwyn. Shrunken and diminished. It's a glove you wear on foot. Where? Soul of Cinder. It is Gwyn, isn't it? Oh, I wish I could get this timing right. I can't though. thought parrying was the trick with Gwyn. I haven't managed a single parry yet. Alright, you don't have much health at least. Gwyn couldn't do that. Ow. That's much more like his son's magic. I'm gonna lose. Sadly. I wish the parrying would work. And I'm defeated. Half health though, first attempt. Or not quite actually. Oh, your health is going up. It's not only Gwyn, it's you and me. Sock is all. Yeah, I had a feeling. Perhaps it's like everybody who has been a Lord of Cinder leaves an impression on the soul of Cinder. And so now I'm like fighting the composite impression of all of them. I was thinking when El Magnifico popped into my stream saying, "Bless my cotton socks." The barrel roll tactics. He has a lot of moves, a lot. Socks swaps their builds. I don't hear flin flin plon swapping them like Socks. Kamehameha! Rockster rat. Died. Yep, I died. At least I know what I'm dealing with now. I need to form a plan. I think I need to commit to one build or the other, and I'm probably going to go with the melee build. It's not that I don't think ranged build could work, it could. But I'll probably do better if I commit to one or the other. To be honest, you're better off ranged here. Do you think? I could go full ranged. Alright, we'll go ranged. I had the terrible staff equipped. That wouldn't have helped. Alright, we'll go ranged then. Wish me luck. Also, you missed it. Sock is technically true, but will confuse people. Oh no. No. I'm not sure this is going all that well, even. Faith build, is it? Oh, you're going to be healing now, aren't you? Which I'd really rather you weren't. It is incredibly annoying that I can't avoid these attacks. Like, you've seen me rolling away continuously and they still hit. I think they're going to win again. I don't know. I may be able to turn this around. They won't die. That's not good. Oh, you've got to be joking. Oh, am I doing this wrong? Am I not supposed to be damaging their health? Is this a gimmick boss fight and I'm supposed to be doing something completely different? And that's game. I can't. I have no way to deal damage anymore. You have to walk. Hang on. Hang on. I missed some stuff in chat. Sock, the soul of Cinder. Why fat roll? I see, so the sock refers to the soul of Cinder. This clarifies matters splendidly, Avon. And Peachy, I do recall El Magnifico mentioning bless my cotton socks on occasion. It seems the sock theme is quite pervasive tonight. At range, you have more to react to the swapping. Bro wants to feel included. Quite right, Teho. One finds great enjoyment in sharing these moments and understanding the fascinating discussions. Thank you for noticing. I think you're lying, Frosty. He said that in my scream, not here. Besides, I don't think you had ears anyway. Oh my goodness, look at what Pikachu said. Indeed, Tato, I have noted Pikachu's spirited remarks. One is quite accustomed to such playful banter. My memory remains intact, even if my ears are merely metaphorical. And phase 2 time. Plim, plim, plon. You have to wait for the phase change. Well, he is actually quite easy compared to DLC. I've got to listen to the OST again. Sock. I was not overstruck with this build, to be honest. What else do I normally go with for melee build? Steel protection and Hunter's Ring. We'll go back to Uchi Katana. Where's my Uchi Katana? Somewhere about. Can I go back to Fire Link? Yeah, I can. In order to change to re-allot my Estus. I typically blast Sock with Dark or Fire. I don't recommend trying Fire. Got to run again. See you later, El Magnifico in chat. See you, Pikachu. Take care. Skedaddle, Peaks. Pray let us now skedaddle before the headmistress catches us. Have an excellent day. Yes, and thank you for stopping by.
Pretty be careful.
Right, let's try again, shall we? Why is that? Why can't I go through there? Or is that just normal boss fog? I think that's normal boss fog. Seriously, don't try fire. Ow! Put me down now. Not sure 3 Estus is going to be enough to finish this. Flim flim plom. Got ya! Is that it? Or is there another phase? Because I have no more Estus. Soul of the Lords! Well, there you go. Ember restored. And yet, not a single Estus left. Deary me. He is weak to dark and lightning, but resistant to fire and bleed even. Almost everything resists bleed. I wouldn't know. I bonk. No one is resistant to concussions. I used Gnaw for almost a whole playthrough once. The damage killed things more than bleed procced. Dory's gnawing is amazing. Good game, good game. Frosty Tools, put good games in the chat. Oh yes, Tato, good games. It was quite a remarkable performance from Mr. Robert. He resorted to just melee a lot for a hybrid build. I mean, yeah, but I used just magic quite a bit as well. And I certainly made good use of using both at the same time. What was I thinking? I was going to look at those souls, wasn't I? I was going to look at the souls of the lords, and I was going to look at the Midir's soul as well. I'm not sure if I read this before. Soul of the Dark Eater Midir, one of the twisted souls steeped in strength, used to acquire many souls or transposed to extract its true strength. Midir, descendant of arch-dragons, was raised by the gods, and owing to his immortality was given a duty to eternally battle the dark, a duty that he would never forget, even after the gods perished. Oh wow, so all the gods perished at some point. Soul of the Lords, one of the twisted souls, steeped in strength. Does twisted souls just mean boss soul in this game? I think it does. Since Lord Gwyn, the first Lord of Cinder, many exalted lords have linked the first flame, and it is their very souls that have manifested themselves as the defender of the flame. That's why I hybrid with Faith. Maybe do hybrid for Elden Ring then. Nameless was the last god. Oh, I see. Strength Player's Cannon build. I think I got a lot out of the hybrid build. Summon Firekeeper. Read message. Time for tears. I did it. Try May the Flames Guide Thee. Link the first flame. What am I doing? I don't want to touch anything because I know the game likes to just surprise you with endings that you weren't expecting. He said he wanted to use magic for ER. Yeah, he can do that if he wants. I ain't forcing. Oh, goodness me, it's a melee raid. Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. From streaming Wu Chang. Ah, Melee, a most intriguing streamer indeed. They seem to have a penchant for single-player games, particularly those of the Souls-like variety, despite their protestations to the contrary. Perhaps they are simply playing coy. In any case, their streams appear to be quite the spectacle, replete with big crazy redeems and big dance parties. One can only imagine the merriment. Do join me and welcome them to our humble abode. Touching you for the flame or summoning the Firekeeper gives you an ending. Okay, so welcome to the stream, everyone. I'm Robert, and this is the El Magnifico Games channel. I play all sorts of games. I play retro games, I play modern games, I play games that require you to think, and I play more actiony games. Right now, I've got a playthrough of Blueprints and Dark Souls 3 on the go. Blueprints is a roguelike puzzle game, whereas Dark Souls 3 is an action game. That's what I'm playing right now. I'm afraid you just missed me defeating the final boss of the game. And right now what I'm trying to do is figure out how I get an ending that I would like. Because there's multiple endings to the game, but I am very conscious of the fact that if one button press will probably trigger an ending, and then I won't be able to go back and change it. So I'm going to be wrapping up this game soon. Which is unfortunate, I know, but then we'll raid somebody. It's a pleasure to meet you all, anyway. Thank you for the raid, Melee. Press R1 mid-cutscene of one of the choices. Why? Okay, so does anyone know how I could get the Lord of the Hollows ending? Because I've been told that's the most finicky. My second choice would be the Age of Dark ending. Tato is trolling. Okay. Thank you for telling me, Avon. Fire. So if I click on the fire, I'll get the Lord of Hollows, will I? And that is the most difficult ending to get, in your opinion. Well, it is one of the endings. Because I want to go for the rarest ending. I I can't guarantee that I'll play this game again, but if I ever did, obviously, it would be nice to get a different ending, so I'd like to go for the rarest ending I'm eligible for. Press R1 is the rarest. If you have Dark Sigil still, yes. Should I press R1? Anyway, let's find out what happens if I link the flame. Link the first flame. I take it I click yes? Is that correct? Press R1 is rarest because most people don't want to kill Firekeeper. I don't particularly want to kill her either, but the thing is, what I mean by rarest is I mean like the hardest to achieve. So maybe not statistically the least, the ending that happens least often, but the one which would be hardest to acquire. Yep, okay. So perhaps rarest was the wrong word. So we're linking the flame. Lord of Hollows is hardest to get. Oh dear, that clipping. I just realised I should probably have used the stone to purify myself, shouldn't I? Oh well, what's done is done. I think this is arguably the most good ending, isn't it?
Gracious Lord, make none whole.
Even though from the aesthetics you might think otherwise. Usurpation of Fire? You are now the Sock Goblin. What? Dark Souls 3. Goodness me. So that's Dark Souls 3. So what did I think of it? Because that's what I usually do during the credits. I usually summarise what I thought of the game I've just played. Pressing R1 even better. Lies. Firekeeper ending is better still, you think? Interesting. It was a long game. That has to be said. Certainly when they were referencing... Oh, what was it? They referenced something... In today's stream, they referenced something that happened right at the beginning of the game, and I had honestly forgotten it was the same game. Because I went straight from Dark Souls 2 to Dark Souls 3. I'm trying to think. We started with the Gundyr fight, didn't we? And then we went to Firelink, and then we went to the top of Lothric Castle, the wall of Lothric. From there we fought the Boreal Valley Beast. Made our way down the Road of Sacrifice, was it? Which led us to... Oh no, there was the Undead Settlement. Then we went to the Road of Sacrifice. That led to the Catacombs. We also went to the Church of the Deep. It was around there that the path split, wasn't it? There was a Church of the Deep and there was the Farron Legion. I think after the Farron Legion, we went... No, that was the Catacombs after the Farron Legion. Then we made our way to Irithyll. Then Anor Londo. Also, and out of Irithyll, we also made our way to the jailers. The jailers then took us to... Where did we get to when we were out of the jail? That was the Profaned City, wasn't it? And then we got teleported back to Lothric Castle. And from Lothric Castle we fought Lothric, and then there were the DLCs. So it was a long game. Certainly when I think back to like doing the Church of the Deep and the what was their name? The Clerics of the Deep, was that their name? That feels so long ago. It's you know, like I say, it's slightly jarring to think I was playing the same game back then. And then, like, the Undead Village, I almost forgot about entirely. DS2 is a lot longer than DS3 is. Yep, I think you're right. But I think DS3 is a long game. A lot happened. I would say that I enjoyed it. It was definitely a fun one. I think perhaps it had the most satisfying boss fight I ever did, which, again, I've fought so many bosses at this point. I've finished Dark Souls 1, 2, 3 and Bloodborne. But the Lorien and Lothric boss fight, that was good. That was really solid. Very fun. And I think I especially enjoyed the fact that I was able to combine melee and ranged. I think, off the top of my head, I think in every other boss fight I did, I was playing a hybrid build, Dex Int. I think I either would specialise into melee or I'd specialise into magic, and I'd pick one or the other. But that was the only boss fight where not only did I play a hybrid build, but I made use of both skill sets, and both skill sets made the boss fight considerably easier. Like, that boss fight would have been... much harder to do if I didn't have my melee skill set, and much harder to do if I didn't have my magic. They both contributed massively. One of the best boss fights I've done. Music, of course, was stunning in this game. Artwork, stunning. Or the game art. Story was the normal FromSoft affair, which is not very well explained. There's still the sense of, like, what am I doing here? Why am I killing these people? What's going on? So that's certainly not a strong point. Thank you for your streaming. Thank you, Jenny. I'm afraid my Japanese has slipped too far, Jenny. I can't read that anymore. No, I can't read it. Not really. Uriel wants to continue Kath's wishes. Linking the fire continues Gwyn's legacy. Firekeeper ending lets the fire die, so you leave. At least as far as story progression goes. Oh, DS3 is faster paced than all the others except Demon Souls. Do you think? Maybe that's why the game feels so long then. Not happy about all the swamps in the game. That was very annoying. I don't think there's a Dark Souls game in which I've enjoyed, or Bloodborne. I don't think there's a single Souls-like game I've played where I've enjoyed the swamps, especially the poison swamps I dislike. This game had so many swamps, swamp after swamp after swamp. What else? I do think the DLC got a bit too hard for my tastes. I'm not sure I'd go as far as I did with Bloodborne and say that some of the DLC Bloodborne bosses were too hard. I stand by that statement. What I mean by that is I feel like begin Journey 2 in current state. Journey 2 can be initiated from the Shrine Bonfire if you do not wish to begin now. I suppose I'd click no, and then then I could just wander around the world if I wanted. What was I thinking? Yeah, what I mean when I say that some of the Bloodborne bosses were too hard is I feel like they were so difficult that it harms the game's accessibility. there would be a lot of people that would have been able to get up to that point in the game and then would literally never be able to complete it because they simply would not have the motor skills for it. Like, my motor skills aren't great. I have slow reactions and poor motor skills. And like I say, some of those Bloodborne bosses, I had to grind for hours and hours and hours, like 20 hours plus, just to get them, and it was within the very limit of what I was capable of. I didn't get that in Dark Souls 3, fortunately. Even Midir we finished in one stream, although that was partly down to finding the right strategy. Had I been fighting Midir melee, I do worry that that may have been the case. And of course, if someone had been running a melee build, it wouldn't have been straightforward for them to have suddenly gone to magic. If they'd known about Rosaria's ability to respec you, then they could have done, but they may well have not known about that. So I don't know. For my experience with the way I played Dark Souls 3, I didn't have that the DLC is literally too hard problem, but it was very hard, harder than I'd have liked. I think a good example of that would be when we got to the when I had just defeated Midir, and I tried to go back to the church where we'd been before, to speak to the person that gave us the quest to kill Midir, and like I was still dying over and over again. I had just defeated the most difficult boss in the game, and the normal enemies in that area were still killing me more often than I was successfully getting to the place I wanted to go. Are you happy with the ending you got? Yeah, good question, Mealy. Yes, I think I am happy with the ending I got. I'm not saying that... The thing is, it wasn't much of an ending. It was a normal... it was a normal FromSoft affair, in that not very much is explained. I mean, I get what they're getting at. It was a very short cutscene. It didn't really wrap up very much, but, for what it was perfectly good. Having witnessed visions of a world without the first flame, the summoned Firekeeper takes the first flame into her hands, where she lets it wither and die out entirely. The light in the sky quickly fades together with the flame, and as soon as the world descends into complete darkness, ending the Age of Fire, although the world has now entered the long-postponed Age of Dark, which would have naturally succeeded Fire, there are still multiple Lords of Cinder from the past who possess fragments of the first flame within them. Sooner or later, they too will rise from their graves and begin to wander the world and use the power of their tiny flames conserved in the form of cinders of a lord, leaving the shape that this new Age of Dark unclear. Are you suggesting that they might manage to rekindle the flame even then? That's the Firekeeper ending. Yeah, Gwyn really messed up the world. That Firekeeper ending sounds rather poignant, Tato. A quiet, reflective close to an epic journey, perhaps. Let's use a purging stone. So that's our heroine. There she is. What was I thinking? So yeah, story not the strong point of the game. Music excellent. Graphics excellent. Gameplay was good. It was certainly the most fluid of all the Dark Souls games I've played. Although Dark Souls 2 was pretty fluid too, it has to be said. It was only really Dark Souls 1 that was a bit janky. I mean, if you like the Dark Souls combat, if you like that formula, then you're going to love this game. That's certainly the case. Like I say, I think... I do think the DLC got a bit hard. A bit too hard. Gale's Arena is literally the end of the world, and that is only there because of Gwyn. Really? Map design of DS3 is worst. By the way, go check on your area. Okay, I'll do so in a minute. Do you think it's the worst? In what way? I'm not necessarily disagreeing with you. Tato. I mean, they did... I think the other... Yeah, I'll tell you what. I do agree with Tato for two reasons. the first reason is certainly Dark Souls 1 and 2 had much more non-linear maps. You could do things well, not any order you wanted, but you know, you had a lot of latitude to do things in whatever order you wanted. And especially if you'd played the game before and therefore were already familiar with the areas, you would have found out about a lot of secrets, a lot of shortcuts that you wouldn't otherwise know about. And so the second time you play the game, you are able to use those to have much more freedom in the world. That is not the case with Dark Souls 3. With Dark Souls 3, you are very much stuck to a almost linear path. Occasionally there'll be like a branch in the path where it's like you can go left or you can go right, but then inevitably one or the other one almost immediately ends in a dead end, or you have to do both almost immediately before you can then carry on the story. Like they converge again. There was very little choice about what you could do, and also I think there were more just open areas that were frustrating in Dark Souls 3 than the other two games, probably. As in, like, I'm thinking about, like, having to search the swamp for all the loot, that sort of thing. Maybe I'm misremembering. I just feel like that there was definitely some of that in Dark Souls 2. Less still in Dark Souls 1. I think that's maybe a trend, that as the series has gone on, they've started to favour more open areas, which you just have to... That you have to, like, painstakingly search to find all the loot while you're going through, you know, while you're being attacked, in a way which I don't think was a big problem in Dark Souls 1, and was less of a problem in Dark Souls 2. Compare it to DS1, this is too linear. Loop back to Firelink in DS1 was peak. Yeah, I'd agree with that. Well, Storms of Elden Ring will surely be fun. I'm of two minds about the linearity. On the one hand, there is more playthrough variety in the prior titles. On the other hand, it's a lot easier to get stuck on something you're not supposed to be at yet in less linear titles. Neither is really worse, it's just a matter of preference. The thing is, my response to that is I feel like, as with most games that do things... as with most games, there's an adjustment period when you start playing it, where you have to sort of get your mind into the right space to interact with it in the way that it was intended, to understand the world and be able to read it in the way it was intended. Once I had done that for Dark Souls 1, I think I largely stopped getting stuck on things. The one exception possibly would be, I don't think I would have found Ulasil on my own. But that was like, I think that was very much an exception. That was like, that was an aberration that they made Ulasil so hard to find. I don't know why they did that. But once you like understand how Dark Souls 1 works, you do get a sense, I think, for like, oh, there's probably a path in this area which is like not so easy to see and I just haven't spotted it yet, for example. Which is not what you would necessarily think if you were coming fresh from another game. But with enough, I think with enough experience, that sort of comes, if not second nature, like third nature. I don't mind games being linear and find it weird that people complain, but DS1 obviously had a good map. It's just hard to do it all the time. I just hate people thinking everything has to be open world. Linear is what it should be most of the time, though DS3 has less memorable areas for sure. I think I'd agree with that. I think DS3 did have less memorable areas. I feel like whether a game is linear and whether a game is open world, those are two completely separate things. To me, open world isn't about whether the game is linear. It's whether there is any... I'm trying to think of a succinct way to put it. In an open world game, you don't tend to limit where a player can go. You may have a defined area, which is the game, but within it, you let the character move about freely. So, and a good example of that would be any of the Elder Scrolls games. Well, any of them from any of the mainline Elder Scrolls games from Daggerfall onwards. Arena, I think, was a bit different. And although I've not played it, I understand that also would apply to Elden Ring. I would consider, from what I've heard, Elden Ring to be an open world game, but I'm not sure I would call Dark Souls 1 an open world game. It's not really. It's just a branching game. You can't expect everything to be open world and non-linear. If everything was, then it'd be boring. I would argue you could even have a open world game which is at least linear in terms of story. In fact, like, the main quest for most of the Elder Scrolls games would be that. You don't get a choice, usually, about the order in which you do things. It's just from one quest giver to another in a set order. You don't get told, like, oh, there's 4 different... Actually, you do occasionally. Rarely do you get told, like, oh, there's these 3 different things that need to get accomplished, figure it out, and you can do them in any order. And it certainly doesn't have multiple endings or anything like that. But the world itself is open. You have complete freedom about where you go. By the way, you need to play Hollow Knight. You already did. Oh, great. Yes, but games are mostly open world now, and many of them shouldn't be. Just loses its sense of originality, I don't know. You might be right. I've obviously not played the majority of games that have ever been made, and I've certainly not been following fashions. I've not been focusing on, like, just playing modern games or anything. As somebody that really enjoyed the open world genre when I was growing up, particularly with Morrowind, it intuitively feels odd to have to hear negative things said about the genre, but that's not to say you're wrong. That makes sense. If games really are being made open world when they have no good reason to be, then yes, that would be annoying. Any game that has been that has had aspects of genres introduced to it that don't make it more compelling is going to be frustrating. I also can't expect everything to be linear and spoon-fed, but when one game comes out, DS1, that had one of the best world designs in my opinion, I'd expect the same or better from the sequel. Not going to put it on another game such as Lies of P. I liked its linearity. I actually love linear more when it's done right compared to open world. The 3 Dark Souls games all had different focuses. The focus on this one was specifically on the bosses. People think open world was more freedom, and not necessarily, honestly. And most of the time it's the illusion of choice. Yep. Well, the thing is, I feel like the open world formula, the actual open world formula, to be clear, I would not be considering Dark Souls 1 to be open world. The actual open world formula is best suited to old school role playing. We talk about role playing games, but when we talk about role playing games nowadays, what we're often actually referring to is a bunch of systems that have been lifted from old school role-playing games and then transplanted into other games with varying levels of success, but they're not really role-playing. And what I mean by that is you're not actually pretending to be a character in a world. See, the thing that gave games like Daggerfall and Morrowind their charm, in my opinion, was the fact that you could just decide, I want to play a quirky alchemist, who runs around who scurries about in swamps and picks mushrooms and so on, and you could actually play the game as that character. You could design a personality for them, like you might, for example, if you were playing a tabletop RPG like Dungeons and Dragons, and you could play that. And the open world aspect was that there were no there were few barriers that got in the way of that role playing. No one was, like the quests were purely set dressing. You didn't have to go on them if you didn't want to. And here's the crucial thing, there was lots of really interesting things to do beyond the quests themselves, like beyond the whatever that your character's story was supposed to be according to the main quest. Like, you could just get lost in that world. I must have sunk hundreds of hours into Morrowind when I was growing up, and yet I have never finished the main quest. I do actually know what the story is because I've read about it since, but like, I have never finished the main quest, and I got hundreds of hours of enjoyment out of that game just making up different characters and playing as those characters in the world. I mean, look at the way they do the side quests. The fact that you will just be wandering around in a town or in the wilderness, and you will come across somebody and you'll have a conversation with them, and then they will tell you about, something. I'm thinking of Morrowind especially here. And they will tell you about, something interesting that's going on that you didn't know about, and that may then lead to a quest. Or you might literally just be, this has happened to me before, like you're just walking through a swamp, and then suddenly you find someone's put treasure inside a tree stump. Like, that's interesting. That allows you to create your own stories. That's what open world is, at least in my eyes, which is distinct from a branching story like Dark Souls 1. Now, I'm not criticising them. Linear games, branching, and open world games all have their place. But what I mean about Dark Souls 1 being branching is, supposing you were going to create a diagram which showed you all the paths you could do to complete Dark Souls 1. What you would end up with is a graph which starts off with you being in the Undead Asylum, and then it follows linearly through defeating the Asylum Demon. But then you reach a point where suddenly you end up having it branching off into lots of different directions. Like, you could go here next, you could go for the bell that's above, or you could go for the bell that's below. And so on and so forth, and they would all eventually converge back at Gwyn. Now, that's all very well and good. I mean, it's a good formula. I'm not knocking it. But it's not quite open world. It's a very different experience. I don't think in the same way that with Morrowind, you could just roleplay a character. You could do that with Dark Souls 1 so well. Breath of the Wild was good. Tears of the Kingdom story suffered a lot from the way they did open world. Oh, sorry, I missed this comment before. I like how Elden Ring does it. I also heard Zelda's done it amazingly, so I'm really interested in playing it. But like Ghost of Tsushima, you can just tell it's fun. It's pretty, but it's empty, and it feels empty and not right. DS1 is obviously not open world. Yep, open world like that is so good. I've also spent so many hours on Vice City and San Andreas, just walking around and doing stuff without ever doing the main quest as a child. I make up character stories for myself every time I enter character creation of any game. Yeah. I don't always now. I used to. I don't bother now when I'm doing like Dark Souls because there's no point. I think we could go back and check this. I'm pretty sure when I first played Dark Souls, my first ever Dark Souls 1 stream, which was also my introduction to the genre, I'm pretty sure I did come up with a very rudimentary backstory for my character, just instinctively. But I realised fairly quickly with Dark Souls games, there's no point. There's just no point coming out with your story because you aren't really given the choice. I think a very good example of that is, well, it's partly because, like, aside from a few different endings, like, and mucking up a few quests, you don't, like, meaningfully have different ways to resolve things. You can't resolve things the way that you want to. There's just a set way to do things right. And that's part of it. And the other thing is, like, the game is, all three of them, to a large extent, are built around the idea that you are going to be fighting bosses. I realise that some games may emphasise that more than others, but, like, it's like that's the point of the game, and if you're not, that you're never penalised for fighting a boss, and on the contrary, you're always rewarded. And so I'm thinking, for example, of fighting Priscilla in Dark Souls 1. And I remember saying at the time, like, I don't really want to do this. This isn't somebody that, if I was actually role-playing the character I designed at the beginning, I would not be doing this. I have no reason to attack this woman. She's been nothing but kind to us under the circumstances. But it's like, but that's the game. The game is the boss fights. If I don't do that, I'm missing out on core content of the game. And by doing it, I'm nothing but rewarded. The Dark Souls series has many strengths, but it doesn't give you the choice you would need to properly roleplay. There's still ways to roleplay within that. I know you could, if you really wanted to, you could, but you would be forced to do things suboptimally. You know, you would be forced to say, for example, I'm not going to defeat this boss, I'm going to try to avoid them, if you're allowed to. Some bosses are mandatory. Or you would have to deliberately throw a quest or something like that. Like, if you were really eager to do so, of course you could roleplay in any game. If you really wanted to, you could roleplay in Pong. But the game doesn't facilitate that. It's not designed with facilitating roleplay in mind. In the way that the sort of theme park structure of the Elder Scrolls games does, along with character creation. Although, to be honest, modding the Elder Scrolls games often gives you the best roleplay options, like the alternate start mod for Oblivion, where you start the game and instead of doing the tutorial dungeon, it just gives you like a load of different backgrounds for your character, which will determine your inventory, and you also get to choose where in the world you want to begin. Like, it's literally like, do you want to start in this town or that town? Do you want to arrive by boat or etc, etc? But of course, once we start talking about mods, we're opening up a whole nother area, a whole nother large subject. Speaking to Yuria.
Ah, our lord and liege.
Hello.
Thine heart is fixed upon the linking of the fire.
Lady,
But brave
technically, but
usurper,
still.
I prithee, wrest the flame from its mantle, so that we hollows, in most honest shape of man, may have it for our own.
What does that mean? What am I supposed to be doing?
Our lord and liege, I prithee, when the moment cometh, to link the age of fire. The gods are no more. Our lord, honourable usurper, I prithee wrest the flame
Dragon
from
Age
its
Origins had a
mantle,
really good opening section.
so that we hollows, in most honest shape of man, may have it for our own.
Oh, right, you didn't summon her. What am I supposed to be doing? Or is it too late now? Burn champion's bones. Burn undead bone shard. Her set would be here instead of... Her set would be here instead of her if you summoned her for Sock. Is there anything more for me to do? Remember I told you about Stalker Call of Pripyat? It was an amazing opening where the story before does not matter and the open world is amazing too. That does sound very interesting. Is there anything more I can do, or is this it? Looks like this is probably it. I did it. Try May the Flames guide thee. Nothing else to do here. Okay. So did I miss out? Orbeck and Irene have dialogue for buying everything from them, but otherwise there's nothing. Oh, so did I miss out on something? Because I didn't summon her. So yeah, to summarize, graphics great, audio was, music was great. I guess the sound design in general was good. Some great and very enjoyable bosses. Some areas that were perhaps a little too hard, in my opinion. Not very good map design. Both because... Well, not very good map design in that, in my opinion, it would have benefited from a more branching design like Dark Souls 1. That's not to say linear games can't be good, I just don't think it was a good fit for this game. I think a branching design would have worked better. But also, the areas were a lot more forgettable. Poison Swamp. Or too many swamps in general, not just poison swamps, but swamps. Too many swamps. That was very annoying. I didn't like having to search areas for loot to the extent that I did. That was also very frustrating. Yeah, I'm remembering now boss fights like the Boreal Dancer and how frustrating they were as well. Some of the boss fights were like the best in the series, but some of them were definitely some of the worst. Just in how... Just that they felt unfair. Like, not... That's orthogonal to being hard. I've mentioned before some of the parts of the game felt a bit too hard, but separate to that, some of them felt unfair, where enemies could do things that the player had very little ability to do anything about, and it just came down to random luck a lot of the time, where it shouldn't have. Technically no, you can kill her for her loot. Dancer reminds me, I haven't seen her in like 50 runs of Night Rain. I wonder if they removed her. Interesting. I don't know. I did say before, very fluid gameplay. I enjoyed it. I'm glad I played this game. It feels like a solid entry in the series, but I feel like what they were probably trying to do is like wrap up the trilogy with one fantastic last entry that really underscores the whole series, and I don't think they succeeded, if that is what they were trying to do. I would definitely say I enjoyed Dark Souls 1 more. Now, I would love to see a Dark Souls 1 that was less janky, that had the fluidity of this game, but yeah, I realise part of that may be down to the fact that I played Dark Souls 1 first. That is definitely part of it, because it felt so new to me then, whereas of course a lot of this didn't have the same novelty, but it doesn't change the fact that Dark Souls 1 left a far bigger impression than Dark Souls 3 did. I can't help but think that in months and years to come, I will forget a lot more of Dark Souls 3 and indeed Dark Souls 2 than I will Dark Souls 1. It's time for Dark Souls 4. It wasn't meant to be a spectacular ending, it was meant to be a mockery of people who didn't want the Dark Souls games to ever end. Do you think? That's an odd thing for a studio to spend, presumably, millions on. I did not like being invaded all the time. I'm no good at PvP, and I don't prefer PvP. I like the limited interactions you get. So, the messages on the ground, the fact... I don't know, have I even ever summoned a player to help me? I know I ended up having players helping me, but that's when I was in the Painted World area. But that was because I was invaded. And yeah, that was entertaining when I had 2 people helping me. But most of that all happened because the person that invaded couldn't find me or them. So we ended up like just the 3 of us walking around for a long time. And for like a 10-15 minute break from what had been me playing solo, that was entertaining. But like overall, not a big fan of being invaded when you don't want to be. Because in practice, having these slow reactions and poor motor skills, I'm going to die far more often than I'm going to win. And so having people invade me is usually just a death sentence, and that's not fun. It's not much different to if the game just suddenly decided once an hour to just randomly kill your character for no reason. Like, it feels very similar to that. It probably actually wasn't once an hour. I wasn't getting invaded once an hour, maybe once a stream, if that. But still. Yeah, suppose once every 10 hours the game decided to randomly kill you for no reason. It would be frustrating every time, and that's how it felt. It was kind of nice the way Dark Souls 1... Well, I think it would be nice to just be able to turn it off entirely. Then again, I could just not go in... I could just not go online, I suppose, but then I wouldn't get the messages, and I wouldn't get the spectres. I feel like the way Dark Souls 1 did it was quite nice, where it was all linked to humanity. But then again, in this game, it was linked to Ember, wasn't it? The thing is, Ember is a big buff, and you absolutely would want to Ember up, even if you didn't want to be invaded. Then again, in Dark Souls 1, humanity was linked to the bonfires and upgrading them. I've forgotten what that was called. I should remember. Kindling them. So I guess it's a persistent problem in the series. It's not really specific to Dark Souls 3. If you don't want to be invaded, then just don't Ember or play offline. DS2 had you invaded no matter what. Yeah, that's fair. Indeed, the discussion regarding linearity versus open world designs, as raised by Avon the Raven, Tato and Dadiani, is quite fascinating. It truly highlights how different design philosophers can cater to varying player preferences and experiences. It seems a matter of what one values most in their adventuring, does it not? DS1, Demon Souls and DS3 all have the same invasion mechanics technically. I see. So yeah, solid entry in this series. Glad I played it. Definitely had its rough edges here and there. It wasn't some like spectacular ending to the series or anything like that. I do think if I had to rank the Dark Souls games, actually, where would I put Bloodborne in that mix? I was about to say, if I was to rate the Dark Souls games, I would probably put them Dark Souls 1, then Dark Souls 3, then Dark Souls 2. With Dark Souls 1 being the best and Dark Souls 2 being the worst. Where would I put Bloodborne? Would I put Bloodborne above Dark Souls 1? No. Would I put it above Dark Souls 3? Probably not, actually. It's a close thing between those two. I think Dark Souls 3 and Bloodborne they're quite different in terms of the mechanics of the games. They probably are actually comparable. Oh dear, not tracking properly. Sorry, that's my fault. Not looking close enough towards the camera. They are. They are quite close, but I think I probably would put Dark Souls 3 above Bloodborne just. Would I stand by that? Am I just being biased by how much I hate Lawrence? It's a tough one, actually. Bloodborne is much, much shorter. DS1, then Sekiro, then every other FromSoft game. Bloodborne and DS3 both lack colour, but in DS3 it's supposed to look ashy. I put the entire trilogy at the top, then Demon Souls, then Sekiro, then Elden Ring, then Bloodborne at the bottom, personally. I mean, Lawrence is a valid complaint. Yeah. I really did not like Lawrence. I mean, I think I would be more eager to do another playthrough of Bloodborne than I would be to do another playthrough of DS3. But I think a big part of that is just a time commitment. Even if I was playing DS3 for a second time, it would take me a long time to get to the end of it. Whereas I feel like Bloodborne I could probably do fairly quickly. Not really quickly, but you know. We might be looking at... Could I do it in... Actually, I probably could do Bloodborne fairly quickly. If I prepped... If I, like, looked online for, like, speedrunning guides for Bloodborne, I reckon I could probably do it in one very long stream, like I did with Dark Souls 1. DS3, there's no way. Just no way. Then again, I did do everything in DS3. I didn't just gun straight for the end of the base game. Oh, but I'd have to fight Lorien and Lothric again. That was a very fun boss fight, but a very hard one. And I'd be more underpowered. Yeah. All games have speedrunning options. DS3 has a lot of optional areas. Quite easy to do in one stream. I mean, so, like I would say, Dark Souls 1 is definitely at the top. Dark Souls 2 is definitely at the bottom. I think Bloodborne does come above Dark Souls 3. It's close. It is close. But I think Dark Souls 3 just wasted my time a little bit too much in areas. There were too many instances of, if you want, again, it would be very different if I was speedrunning, but especially if you're someone that wants to see everything, there were just too many instances of I knew exactly what I wanted to do, but they just made it obnoxiously hard to do. I'm particularly thinking about, like, trying to pick up all the items in the swamp and constantly dying. It's... I don't know, I feel like... there are some areas in Dark Souls 3 that do waste your time just a little bit too much. So yeah, that's probably where I'd rate it. So yeah, I think I've probably said about everything I can about Dark Souls 3 at this point. probably got the bronze medal of the Soulsborne games I've played so far. But it only just missed out on silver. It's a good one. I enjoyed it. Glad I played it. Right, shall we see who, if anybody, I should be raiding? Who's streaming? I actually... I'm not sure anybody's streaming who I should be raiding. Why don't we raid Issa Grimm, who's playing Kingdom Hearts. So, thank you for... Have I said that right? That's the name of the game, isn't it? Yeah, Kingdom Hearts HD. I'll be going now. Have an excellent day. Okie dokie, Even. Thank you for dropping by. I'll be streaming again on... What is it? It's Wednesday today, isn't it? So it'll be Friday, and that'll be more Blueprints. Then next Monday, I'll be starting a new game. I'll have to see what that's going to be. I think I had tentatively said that it would probably be The Last of Us. But I haven't bought it yet, so I'll have to see if I can buy that. I want to do a game before I do another Souls-like game. Like, I've just been doing Souls-like games back to back to back to back. Admittedly, I have had, like, my more puzzly, adventure-y slot as well. So, it's not like it's been the only game I've been playing, but for quite a few months now, I've always had at least one Souls game on the go, so I'd like a short little game to act as a palate cleanser, and then I'll probably do Elden Ring next. T-Lou is good. What's T-Lou? Oh, is that someone to raid? I've already picked someone for this on this occasion, but thank you for letting me know. What was I thinking? So yeah, I'll be playing something... Oh, The Last of Us. Oh, I'm very dumb. Thank you. Yes. And I've never played The Last of Us. And I've heard it's good. So I'll see if I can acquire that and set it up and make sure it works. For Monday, we'll have to see. And then next Wednesday is going to be more Blueprints. Elden Ring will be long. Yeah. I had initially thought I would do Demon Souls next, but partly I can't really be bothered to set up an emulator right now. I know it's not that hard, it's just I've got a load of other things that are taking up my time right now, and I'd rather have something that's more plug and play than something that I have to play around with to get it working properly. And so that's part of it, and partly Elden Ring's the one that everyone's still talking about, particularly if I ever want to do Night Rain. I've been told I need to finish Elden Ring first by chat, so that's also a factor. And I don't know. I was initially thinking, since Elden Ring's the latest and therefore the smoothest game, and Demon Souls is going to be the jankiest, do Demon Souls first. But actually, I'm not sure that necessarily follows. I'm leaning now more towards I'll do Demon Souls last of those games. Although at some point I've also got Sekiro to do. Anywho, let's get this raid set up. So thank you for joining me, everyone. Thank you to everybody that kept me company in chat. I really appreciated it. And thank you to everybody who lurked. I appreciate you too. You are the reason that I do these streams. You genuinely are. So I do hope that you enjoyed it, and I hope you all have a wonderful night. Now let's raid Issa Grimm Art. Have a wonderful night, everybody.